Hello, Ervignon. I will say that every single time because it's very funny to do. We are just getting the stream started right now, making my announcement posts in various servers and locations. Make sure everyone knows what we're doing. We'll get the whole Neb community in here. That'll be fun. Yeah, so just normal fleet review and community game stream today. We will be starting off with some just regular games. Hello, engineering. Hello, Yasinet? I hope I'm pronouncing that right. I'm really bad with names. I'm sorry. Alright, well, people kind of filter in here. We will just begin with a regular multiplayer match. Let's see what servers are up. Right 5 is pretty full. Right 1's official. Any other servers up? No? Everyone's already busy. Okay. I'm not playing DLO. We can just populate here. We'll do a pillars match to start. Unless we get enough people in here, then we can switch it to Nyx or something. You want to join in? We are in ERI 1. Both teams are open. We can figure out teams after we get everyone in here, make sure it's all balanced, so just don't like reveal your fleet yet. We'll probably, or we might mess around with the team balance to make sure that it's all fine before we start. While we wait, if you have a fleet that you want me to review today, go ahead and throw it into Nebula Submissions. We are on, for the fleet review we're going to do, we're going to stick to main branch for fleet review, just due to how often PTB changes. Yeah, PTB is, I think it just got an update yesterday. I think liners are more expensive, or now, what got changed? Where are you? Monitors got a price increase. Liners got another price increase. Damage Control Complex got a price decrease. Wow, there's a lot of things. I think the big thing for this PTB thing is, like, server changes and how servers appear, which is nice. Helping the new player experience out a bit. I'm going to assume I can't submit an OBL fleet. Yeah, we're doing main branch and just vanilla fleets for fleet review. Main branch, just so the balance changes don't affect, like, point cost or how the fleet works, and vanilla because that's really the only thing that I would know how to review. You can, like, show me an OBL fleet, but I wouldn't really know how to, like, critique it, right? I would be completely lost in trying to analyze it. Alright, we got 4 open slots still on ERI 1. Wait, is the PTB games happening at the same time as my stream? I thought it happened later. Or earlier. Whoops. Well, didn't mean for that to happen, but, you know. Very confident in my own engineering. I mostly want to show off some of the funny tech you can do with Ewar. Yeah, I understand that, but also, like, I wouldn't, without, like, an actual, like, description from you on how the fleet worked, I wouldn't really understand what to really look for in a modded fleet. Like, vanilla, I understand. Vanilla tech, I like, no, I can understand what you're trying to go for by just looking at the fleet. But, modded? Unless it's Falcata. I kind of understand Falcata, just because I was, back in the day, I kind of helped Banana with that. But I think it's mostly, yeah, vanilla is probably what I'd like to stick to. What do I plan on doing fleet review? We'll do fleet review once we get some more submissions. I typically do a match or two to begin, just so people can get into the stream, get their fleet submitted, make sure I've got enough to do an actual review. And then after everyone has all of their fleet submitted and is all here, then we do some fleet review after. I haven't bothered to update my OSP fleets in like a year. Yeah, I have a lot of fleets that are like that. Here, you can see all of my awful folders. Here are my active fleets. These are the ones I actually use. Here are the old fleets from before carriers that I haven't bothered to update yet, and you can see I have a ton here. Do I still have a rail battleship? I do. This is from, like, AVA. Ignore this. This doesn't exist anymore. These are Task Force Ash copies. These are various beam battleships. You can see a lot of these I have updated. Like, I believe Steel is one of the ones I have updated for current game right now. Sorry, I was distracted by a ping. Can you repeat the answer? Yeah, we'll do like a game or two while we wait for people to submit fleets and get into the stream and all that. And then after that, we'll do fleet review, just so we have all the fleets here at once and everyone's here, so. But yeah, my fleet folder is a disaster. I still have these fleets I haven't touched in forever. Swarm fleets? These are monitors. What the fuck? Okay, ignore that naming. Are these mass driver monitors? Alright, we're ignoring that one. We're gonna pretend that I don't have that fleet anymore. Oh yeah, the creatures. I forgot about the creatures. Oh, I've used this fleet before. Long-term viewers of my channel will recognize this horrible fleet. Oh, geez, these are so awful. These are from, like 6+ months ago. God damn. I need to actually go through these and see if I want to. Was that in the small testing range vid? Maybe. I'm saying best map in the game. Hello, quiz. This is the real quiz, right? I think. All right. Well, we got very interesting team balance here. Yeah, Quiz is a vice admiral now. Interesting. Why would there be a fake Quiz? No reason. Anyway. Actually start picking fleets now. What do I want to play? I can play Caps, CLs. We already got some CLs. Hit Boss and Beam. That's a Cap fleet. I can play something else then. Those aren't the right fleets. Oh, my folders are so awful. What do I actually want to play here? Probably Frontline, right? Because I think you're going CLs. What Frontline fleets do I have? You do a Beam Solomon. I'd rather not do a Beam Solomon, considering how fast it tends to die, because I just rush it in. I could do a battleship. That's tempting. So I got this double Axford fleet. This fleet needs to be modified, I still think. I can just probably do a BB. Double Axford with interesting. Okay. I'll just do a BB. I still have a lot of cat fleets in my submissions. I see. Is that what I'm going to be getting today? Cat fleets? Interesting. Oh, Tethys submitted the Gronchler? Oh, dear. Escape, make the idiot bigger. Which idiot? The IDOT? What's happening? Hello, Vastal. We lost someone. The Fugi? Make the Fugi bigger? Okay. I can do that. Hello, everyone. Hello, Ox. I can definitely make the Fugi bigger. There we go. Was this... Is that enough? There we go. That's perfect. Awesome. Everyone needs to see this. What have I done? Alright. Quiz is running... I think this is the cap... I think this is a cap fleet. This may not be a cap fleet. Nope, it is a cap fleet. Okay. This is also caps. Okay, 2 cap fleets and 2 frontline fleets. Let's fucking go. Peak ANS team comp. That's also... Quiz, that's also a cap fleet. What? Okay, interesting. We have missiles now, and a beamstone. We already have... Okay, so we have 3... Quiz is probably gonna swap to, like, a carrier or something, knowing Quiz. We should probably unready as we figure out what is actually gonna happen. Do I want to play the TC Spy BB on this map, though, is the question. Or do I want to play the close range beam? Actually, I think I should play this one. This one actually has, like, craft defense. Close range. Yeah, I'm thinking. I don't know if TC Spy is good. Would be good on this map. On, like, Nyx, I would definitely bring it, but I think we just go this one. Yeah, I still have some craft defense on this. I should be okay. Actually, but they're rebuilding their fleet. What do I actually have on this for craft defense? Oh, this is a lot more craft defense than I thought it had. Okay, we should be good. I thought I just had, like, 10 SDMs on this thing. No, I have, like, 20 of them. Alright, that should be fine. This should be fine. Nothing can go wrong. Subsurface. Incredible name. I love it. It's been a while since I played this BB. Normally I just default to the other one because it's kind of more meta in the current patch, but a Wawa indeed. Thank you, Vastal. Alright. Pillars. We're on pillars. Where do I put my BB on pillars? Kind of tempted to go low to the side here, fire over the A-Rock into E. Because E point is typically where they put their front line, right? Then I have the cover of the rock here, and then I can get my beam onto target if something goes low or goes A. Although, up top, who was bringing our Axfords? Was it... I think it was Yas, right? Yeah, HDF. Where are they putting their capitals? HDF. They're putting them up top. All right, then I'll go low. Charge A? I would, if I was in a beam battleship, I'd do that. I'd park my beam battleship behind this rock here on A. Just like Tethys did that one time. But I am not Tethys, and I am not in a beam battleship, so I cannot do that. Hello, random hero. Welcome in. We are just getting started with our first match of the day. I am not Tethys. No, I have not eaten the poster. I am not Tethys. I am not him. That this is too powerful for me. Two tracks high. Those look like liners up there. And I think those are the only flares I see. Yep, those are the only ones. Oh, there was one there. Probably a more line based on the position, but it didn't quite look big enough, though.
Turning up the engines now.
Alright, you need to be here. You go heading that way to begin, and we will get into position. It's been a very long time since I played this BB. Always just been the other one, due to the state of the game's meta right now. Double axe for their broadsiders, Auroras, flak, and chaff. Okay. These things, I'm assuming, are pretty skeletal because they brought 2 sprinters as well with them, but you can make do with skeletal axefords. What are you? At quality 1 at range. Actually gonna hold fire on that, wait a bit until it gets closer. You're moving like a monitor? No, you're too fast for a monitor. That's probably a shuttle, I would assume. But I really wouldn't be detecting a shuttle at that range, would I? I do have a spy. Track high. Those are the liners. This is also probably a liner then. I'm assuming this is like a 100 mil obelisk. These ones up top, I'm going to make a guess and say that those are 450 just based on the position. I am already spotted from the B point is what's spotting me. That is a shuttle spotting me there. I am going to see if I can't get behind this rock to shield myself from these liners so I can engage the other things. That is a ship heading A. See if I can't maybe get the beam on him. Yep, Axefor's engaging up top. Those are definitely liners. Beam out on A. Quiz has got that handled. Awesome. I can hold fire on my beam. A is being secured. Shouldn't be being secured for long. That battle short should go off and absolutely cook this thing. Yep, there it goes. Oh, I think we both marked it as killed. There we go. Alright, one down. Those up top. Yeah, those are definitely liners. I'm going to focus fire on them. Monitors E. Okay, that's interesting. Start ducking back down here. I do not want to be the first thing in contact with the enemy, but I still want to get fire on these liners, because those are... I have a really good arc on them. I think these are liners. They're jamming me. Interesting. Return fire. Those are not liners. Those are Ocellos.
Incoming.
Interesting. Looks like Ocellos with jamming is what those are. That's interesting. All right, I'm going to start getting fire on the monitors here. Start helping our team. Where are Axefords, by the way? They're up here behind the rock. Interesting. Okay.
We're locked on target.
Monitors engaging. Monitors are just chilling there. Quiz. Does Quiz know? I don't think Quiz knows. Hello, looks like they're playing the Cat Fleet. Yep, that was definitely a more line back there. So it looks like monitors, double Ocello, More line cap fleet. Okay. Unless it's a carrier half cap, which could also be the case.
Firing solution locked in.
Not sure yet. Hollow's running caps. Hollow has this really strong cap fleet where it's actually just 10 ships, and one of them is a liner, which makes me think that that's what I saw there is the 100 mil goalie liner.
Right away.
You are in my face. Die. You're a halberd. You need 2 shots.
Command.
Fire 2.
We're locked on to target.
You were detected.
I don't think we can hit that one, Commander.
Damn, okay. They chaffed one of them. One hit.
Quiet. Command's on the line. Right away,
Commander,
Commander.
they've opened fire.
Ceasefire. I think I fired at chaff. Cellos are back, swapping to AP. I'm assuming those are bow on at this point.
Commander.
Fighters low.
You heard the orders.
Need help to engage the Acellos about to beam them. Okay. Let me get out from behind this rock here. Burn through. Where are they?
Quiet. Command's on the line.
They are really jamming me out right now. Jeez, okay. There they are. Gotcha.
I don't think we can hit that shooting one, Commander.
Copy that, Commander.
Engaging.
Those are, based on the duration of the jamming bursts, I'm going to assume those are the OSP Bellbird jammers. I am no longer detected. What? Why am I not spotted? Interesting.
Course laid in. You heard the orders.
They're also not spotted. Very peculiar. One hit. Yeah, they're definitely bow on to me. They've done a burn through and only detected my escort. That's curious. My escort's the one being jammed. I think my battleship... No, that's because my battleship's radar is not in arc to see them, I believe. How are we doing up here? Axfords are filling this ferryman.
Quiet. Command's on the line.
There they are. Okay.
Negative. That target is out of our
Looks like they're falling back to B.
We're ready when you are, Commander.
The monitors are still holding E. It looks like they're diving low.
Waiting your orders, Commander.
I'm gonna start pushing up a bit here. Alright, let's see what we have. Monitors, they have a carrier back here. They have 6 craft loitering. And a bunch of Barracudas up top as well. Those are all fighters. Interesting.
Quiet. Command's on the line.
Those are bombers. 6 bombers.
Awaiting orders, Commander.
Get my Sarissa and Arc to start firing at those things. Target lock.
Quiet. Command's
Beam should also be an Arc.
target them from that distance. Tracking target.
They are most certainly heading for me. Alright. Need to get around this rock here so I can start engaging. It looks like my Sarissa picked off one of them. Awesome. What is the range? 6 kilometers. No, don't engage the fighters. Engage the bombers, please.
The enemy has buzzers.
I do not care about the fighters right now. I care about removing those bombers from existence.
Firing solution.
Celos here pushing up to help my Axfords in their engagement.
Those are jammed.
They're jamming me out.
Right away, Commander. Negative. That target is out of our range.
Screw you too.
Aye, aye, Commander. Negative. That target is out of our
Damn.
range.
Okay, got him.
We can take him. Aye, aye, Commander. Enemy fire. Incoming. We are on route, Commander.
Those Acellos are really stealthy. Jeez. Okay.
Negative. That target is out of our range.
Targets.
Aye, aye, Commander. Aye, aye, Commander.
There we go. Oh, Quiz is being a Giga Chad right now. Thank you, Quiz.
Awaiting more orders.
My beam is also out. There we go. It's as easy as that, folks. People ask me, how do I do craft defense?
We are en route, Commander.
Beam. I swear to Christ, beam turrets are the best fucking anti-craft weapon in existence. And also fucking fixed beams. Quiz, you are so based. All right, A secured. We can pull back from the push on B. They will have to push into us, and it's not really any point in us pushing into them.
Engaging.
So, we can just, chill. Play defensive. Guard A. I'm going to loop back under this rock here and get in position to guard A with the BB. Will also put us in a position where we can get a crossfire on the Acellos if they choose to push. Can I get a lock on you, please? That's why you're not getting a lock. Okay.
Hands on the line.
I have radar on, right? Yeah, I do.
Standing
Why are
by.
you not... There we go. Okay. This is probably just like a shuttle or tugboat or something, but I can still shoot at it. I've got nothing else to fire at. One ferryman. You're pretty hurt. You got turned back by the Axfords. Nice. Boys is in really good defensive positions. You are something interesting I should probably be worried about instead. Yes, you are. Hallows. 100 mil. Wrong button. I can fight that.
Commander.
Alright. Flank speed.
Course laid in.
Come on. Keep arc of him. I'm gonna lose him. Damn it.
Being jammed.
Oh, and the Acellos are back. Cool.
Brace for enemy fire.
Ina.
The orders.
The enemy
Let's
has
go. Right
buzzers.
away.
Ina, the Acellos are back.
Target lock achieved. Tracking target.
These Acellos using jamming is, like, literally the bane of my existence right now. They are actually just completely countering me. They have an alive ferryman on A.
Yes, Commander. We can't target them from that distance. Right away. Engaging. Right away. Right
Come on.
You heard the orders. You heard the orders.
Oh my gosh.
Right away.
Understood.
Target lock achieved.
There we go. Okay. Sometimes a spotlight can help in situations like that. Hello, 100 mil Bulker. I'm not worried about you right now. Really? Come on.
Heard the orders. Let's go. Lost a component.
Understood.
Oh my god, these things are so annoying. I'm pulling back. I'm not dealing with this right now. Fine.
Lost a component.
No, you're going back behind a rock.
We're locked on to target.
Oh my god, these Acellos. These Acellos, man! Where's our Axfords? Where are they? Can they help me? No, they do not have line of sight. Damn. There we go.
I
Hello.
don't think we can hit that one, Commander. Quiet. Command's on the line. Aye, aye, Commander.
Hear that.
We hear you, Command.
Do not be this close to this rock because of bombers. The Acellos are once again withdrawing. We have them more or less pinned, I believe. Quiz has really good beam crossfire on... Ooh, that's bad. D point. D point could be a problem.
Awaiting your orders, Commander.
Once again, running dark. Ah, here we go. There they are.
Target is
Standing by.
I was wondering when they were going to launch another strike against me. That is 4, 6, and 4. No, 5. That's a lot. Yeah, that's 18 craft detected at the moment. Any ID on what they are? We have bombers spotted. Yep, squadron of 6 bombers being escorted by, I believe, 12 Barracudas. I don't think they could have cycled that many bombers out already unless they have 2 carriers. Yep, these are fighters, I'm assuming. No, shit, 12 bombers. I am not in range to help.
What can we do for you,
Shit.
Wingman? Awaiting orders, Commander.
Sarissa's also out of range.
Command's on the line. Target lock achieved. Target confirmed. Yes, Commander. We'll be there before.
I thought the seals are withdrawing. Monitors have pushed around to fucking D point. Damn, okay. What the fuck?
Awaiting
What are they doing there? Wiz gets light striked. That's rough.
We hear you, Command.
Pick up a bunch of fighters, though. I want to try and SDM these things, but I don't think I'm in range to do so.
Right away, Commander.
Send a couple. See if that helps. I think these things are gonna rock PD, though. I don't think I'm fast enough. Maybe. Get some SDM hits on some of them. Those spearfish at that range? Yeah, they fired at range. Yeah, flak, auroras. That should clean up most of them. Yeah, you're bow on. Yeah, you should be okay. D being secured by OSP. That is a ferryman, and also the monitors are pushing into D as well. RPF on the bomb. Yeah, tear them apart. Tear them apart, CLs. CLs are so based. Alright, I'm going to start withdrawing here to see if I can cut off the monitors at D. Yeah, the CLs are just going to finish off the rest of those bombers. No problem. How's our Axfords looking? They're pretty much untouched. CCs are pushing in, however. These CCs are being played by a gold player. They are very well positioned and doing very good. Ceasefire on that. This thing is crippled.
Yes, Commander.
Quiz is already... Oh, Quiz tried for a... Oh, that's a DC. Rocket shuttle under D point. I see. Okay. Interesting. Those bombers are going to get away. That's fine. We survived the strike, and we did good damage.
Underway.
Yeah. Bombers aren't on evade. RPF just obliterates them.
Command's on the line.
CC's pushing.
Locked on to target. We'll be there before you know it.
Track. 468, that one's a rocket shuttle heading for the Axfords. Axfords do not have... Axfords still have flak and some Auroras operational.
What are our
I'm sorry, Mr. Experts. I'm trying to push into these CCs for you to help, but they are really slippery.
Turning up the engines now.
Where are they hiding? They're like just behind that rock there. Rockets out on our Axfords. Those are going to hit, unfortunately. Ouch. That killed it? What? Oh, those things must have, like, no internals. Oh, that's unfortunate. Monitors are also pushing. Damn it, I need a position so I don't get crossfired by the monitors, too.
We'll be there before you know it. Target confirmed.
Let's see, standard, plasma...
We hear you, Command.
Your plasma.
We're locked on to target.
You are 100 mil. You are plasma as well.
What are our orders, Commander?
Wrong button again. I did that. That's the second time I've done that today. All right, lock and fire. Wiz is going to core one of them with the DD, but I don't believe it's going to be able to do anything other than destroy one of them, which is unfortunate, but...
We'll be there before you know. Target it.
The Acellos are back. Shit. Damn it, I have to focus on the Acellos first. Oh, shit. Okay, that's close. That's danger close. Oh, jeez, I'm so sorry. I'm blocking everyone's shots. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Oh, I'm such a bad teammate. Oh, that was awful.
Receiving.
You, roll.
Aye, aye, Commander.
Engage those bombers. You... engage that CC.
We're ready when you are, Commander. Enemy buzzer detected.
What are our orders, Commander?
A reactor detonation occurred at the worst possible time. I just lost the CCs. Shit.
Right away. Now let's finish it. We're underway.
New war detected.
Right away.
They're jamming me at 6 kilometers?
Heard the order. Get it, let's go. Target lock and speed. Enemy fire. Intel engagement.
They're camping deep. We need to push.
Lock it. Hold it.
Alright, I am just gonna push into B right now. These... oh my god, they keep jamming me! Oh my god, how do they keep doing this? Alright, where are those bombers? Those are halberds, not bombers. Where the fuck did the bombers go? A, being secured. Cannot deny that.
What are our orders?
I am still very healthy right now, so I should be okay. What's your guys' angle to me? You are semi-broadside to me. Alright, so HE should pin.
Standing by.
The pin especially good on you, I know that.
They're
I
not
think
in
it beams
range.
around. 2 halberds. Those fucking mines. God damn it, they mined the D point. Or the B point.
Destroyed. Acting. Target confirmed.
Oh, this is awful.
Commander, they've opened fire.
This is very suboptimal for our team. I wish those Axfords were still helping me spot these
We're locking on
CCs.
orders confirmed.
We're getting beams into them. I still have antennas, right? Ah, I lost my antenna. That would explain it.
Receiving.
You're working on the mines, right?
Ammunition
You are, yes. Okay.
What are our orders?
We're coring the Acellos. That's good. We core the Acellos. I make a B push here.
Missile
And
inbound.
then... those are Maddox, not sprints. There we go. Okay. Block you. High explosive. Gunner, high explosive, Acello, fire. Alright, we've cored him. The Axtors have a crossfire. Nice. Alright, we should be able to deal with these Acellos pretty easily now.
Target locked in. Modules repaired.
You keep firing. Antenna back online. Nice. Nicely done. That Stonewall's out of action. I'm going to need that to defend against the mines. This Rains is going to help me the best it can with the Sarissa. I should be able to take B here. We are losing the camp situation pretty badly right now.
You are, Commander.
Need to get on the point immediately. You are going to have to just go for it, Mr. Rains.
Moving out, Commander.
Let's see, you're... Shit, no, I can't do that. You're just gonna get mined to death.
Yes, Command. Target lock confirmed.
We're ready when you are, Commander.
Received.
Alright, how are we doing with the mines?
Orders confirmed.
What can we do for you, Commander?
I don't know if we dealt with those mines or not. Shit, I lost them.
Understood. We're en route.
How are we doing here? This is Cello. I've hit its center stack quite a lot. It should be pretty cored. CLs. CLs. Need to make a play for E. I am trying to make a play for B here. This Cello is going to duck behind this rock here, but not after I chew him up pretty badly. Alright. Swap fire to the other one. Just finish him off. Those are going to make a play for E. The monitors are still pretty healthy and guarding A. That's going to be a very big problem.
Quiet. Commands on.
Still don't have arc on them, though. Damn, okay. Quiz, you did good. We are just kind of being screwed over right now. Swap to these monitors. Go bow onto them.
Right away.
What can we do for you, Commander? We're underway.
We're just going to have to YOLO into the B point here
Course laid in.
and hope that it all works out in the end.
Out of our range.
What can we do for you, Commander?
Nope, more mines. Maddox.
We're on our way. We'll get it done, Commander. Copy that, Commander.
Quiet. Commands on the line.
HEKP out on a liner here. That's a 100 mil liner. Should have saved those HEKP for the monitors, but you know what? It's fine. It's fine. We'll just get rid of this liner, and then we can maybe make a play for E.
Quiet. Command.
HEKP on a broadside liner is not going to do a whole lot, but at least it's something. My defenders can take these, right? Yes, I should be good. You need to play. You need to move.
We're ready.
You are good. They're making a play for C, I'm assuming, is what these Acellos are going to try and do. Do we have anything guarding C? Yeah, Axford's moving back. Never mind. Jeez, okay. Yeah, we, I think we lose this one on caps, unfortunately, just because we don't have the ships we need to
Ready when you are,
get the objectives. You go flank for that point. You're just gonna go to the A point right now, Mr. Battleship. You need to just push.
Target confirmed. Target lock achieved.
We're securing B. That's me doing that. The CLs are pretty heavily damaged. Damn, okay. I was hoping they were more healthy than they were.
Your orders, Commander.
I think this one is unfortunately a GG. Hello, Bone. Welcome in. We are just losing. I have 31 viewers. Hello, welcome everyone. I look away for 2 seconds, and then I look back and we're losing a game, and I have 30 viewers.
Awaiting your orders, Commander.
Interesting. Axfords are still alive, but they're just in a really bad position. Quiz is blood on assets. The CLs didn't really get to do a whole lot. I think unfortunately we don't really have... There's not a whole lot we can do about this one. Where did the monitors go?
You heard the orders.
I think we just lose on caps, unfortunately. Rip. I'm sorry, Quiz. Quiz, you did really good, but we were just kind of... We just kind of threw. I'm sorry, Quiz. We can all... Yeah, welcome, welcome. Thank you for everyone for coming, so you can laugh at me for throwing. I appreciate you being here. You're fine. I've still got 8 restores. The Acellos are pretty... Those Acellos are still functional? Are you joking me right now? Fuck, okay. This is suboptimal.
Enemy has buzzers.
It's alright, yes. You did good. I will say, though, if you're running double Axford, I would not divert points away from them to bring other ships. You bring 2 Axfords, I would recommend you just bring those 2 ships.
Commands on the line.
Because you kind of didn't have the survivability you needed there. HE, beam turret, open fire, just kill that thing now. You're one of the... Oh, you're one of the plasmas. Okay, perfect. So, do not...
Right away, Commander.
Alter heading. Keep guns to bear. You're the other plasma one.
Hostile fire incoming.
Quiet. Commands on
B point is secured. That Acello is still... You're still functional! Oh my god. Okay, this Acello is... These Acellos are actually the bane of my existence right now.
brace for enemy fire.
Who puts jamming on Acellos?
What are our orders?
Sensors are jammed.
Alright, I cored one of the plasmas at least. Just focus fire on the other plasma one until it stops being alive, and we should be good. You guys are... You're the one jamming me. You're moving way too fast for me to get a track.
Power out target. Power output back to max.
Alright, you're defanged for the most part. Really? Oh my god, the Acello is still there.
Lost a target lock confirmed.
PETA, the Acello's here.
Component is gone. Our ship is jammed. We've lost a component.
These Acellos, man. Really? You got my reactor. Okay. I really didn't injure that plasma one a lot, did I?
Can't do that, Commander.
Well... Turn off radar. There we go. Power. Power restored, folks. I am Tethys. Yep. This one is a GG.
Component wrecked. We're losing component.
How has this happened? It's actually just his fault. The Acello. It's always the Acello.
Fire!
Why are you rolling like this?
On it, Command. Destroy them. Rack them up.
Oof. Yeah, actual Acello's MVP. Like, they just completely held against 2 frontline fleets. That's really good.
We're losing.
Alright. CLs did okay. They were good. I think Quiz did super good. Oh, yeah, no. Do not build Axfords like this. I mean, like, I don't mean to be mean, but, this is... I'm sorry, yes, this fleet is not it. If you're bringing double Axfords, you want to just invest into the Axfords internals. Hallow did really good. This is one of Hallow's really good cap fleets. They bring 10 ships and a goalie liner. This fleet is very strong. You have so many hulls to work with. Jacobian. This was a surrender. This wasn't Jacobian's to start. Jacobian, the jamming Acellos Damn. Oh, those weren't even bellbirds. Those were just regular blankets. That's very strong. I vibe with this. We had an all-reaching, all-taking. We did pretty good on the craft defense from that ship. Yeah, we got most of the bombers. And then the monitors... The monitors, we just never really engaged until the end there. They just held. They flanked all the way around and got the D point. They did good damage. Yeah. Very good plays from OSP. Unfortunately, we just kind of didn't have the strats to deal with that. Very good plays. Automod got you because you said scumbags. That's curious. I'll allow it. Wait, those Axfords are empty. Yeah. Don't beat yourself up over that one, yes. But yeah, no, those Axfords are... I would definitely remove the 2 sprinters and just invest in better internals on those Axfords. Let's see. Any more in Neb submissions? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right, we got 9 fleets in Neb's in the submissions channel. Let's do one more match, and then we will start doing fleet review. So we're stuck on official maps only on Eri 1, just because this was the only official lobby up when I first started. Give me 1 second. I can just look at game servers really quickly. Let's see. Search game. Nebulous. Let's see what servers are up. All of the ERI servers are just full already. Oh, ERI 2 is open if we want to swap to ERI 2. Let's swap to ERI 2 because that one has modded maps, I believe. Yeah, here we go. And then we can swap to some fun modded maps. I'm going to put a map in for Yukon because I love Yukon. Yukon is very fun. I love Steam's browse server list function. It's very useful. I don't have Yukon loaded. Oh yeah, I fucked up all my mods the other day. That's why. Alright. Yukon is loaded. Teams are decently balanced. If they're okay. If, Team 1, you're okay with this balance, right? I should probably... ask before we commit. How did I mess up my mods? Remember the one-ship fight night I did? The casting thing? I removed all of my mods and downloaded the list just to make sure I didn't have any wrong mods loaded. I don't know why I did that, and yeah, my mod list got completely fucked. But it's fine. I only got an error a couple times. Oh, they went down to spectator. Oh, and I guess I'm playing the cat fleet by the looks of my team. Oh dear. Gotta play these OSP cat fleets while I still can before the prices get completely changed. I open up my badges and immediately see this. That's really I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Hello, Tethys.
Yo.
No, Tethys, you joined. I have to make the Fugi smaller. Unfortunate. Escape Volley is getting a downgrade in size. Let's see. While we are in lobby waiting for this to start, I am going to go ahead and start my 3-minute ad break. I will see you all in 3 minutes.
Lamau. If you want, I can run cats, by the way.
Oh, it's fine. I can do it. All right, we're back. We are here now. We have a lobby. There are things happening. I'm gonna make your Orfugi's a bit bigger. Everyone needs to see skate volley. And also your awesome fucking profile picture.
Thank you.
All right. I have once again been promoted or demoted, whichever you prefer, to cat player. I don't think I've played this cat fleet on this map before. Hey, where do I go? You there, you there. Yeah, I'm breaking out the good old-fashioned Armored Core 6 cat fleet. I got a job for you. We are the Rubicon Liberation Front. That's who we are right now.
Something
This
like
is
that.
canonical. I'm gonna send 2 ships to the E point because of Yub. Unless people are already sending ships to the E point. Yeah, you're already sending things there.
Yeah, I have my shuttles are going to go.
Very based. Alright. Thank you for the feedback on the Axfords, by the way. I fixed them. Yeah, of course. That's one of the things we do for this stream. That's why I do fleet reviews, is kind of helping out new players with their builds, helping out players who are experimenting with figuring out what they want to do. Yeah, Neb is one of those games where it takes a long while to kind of figure out what's actually supposed to be going on. It's one of the things that the devs are working hard on, is improving the new player experience, but
Apparently, the next the next update's gonna have a whole bunch of new onboarding stuff, which is gonna be cool.
Tethys, what happened to your mic? You're like radioing in from the front lines.
I do not know, dog. We'll have a new mic soon. I promise.
Oh yeah, you got to get the Gamer Girl headsets working.
I do. Or I have to get my computer working enough to be able to use the Gamer Girl headset.
How have you messed up your tech this badly, man? It's
The reason is that this computer is like 5 or 6 years old.
The what? Yeah, the Gamer Girl headset that Tethys found laying in a dumpster. Like, actually.
Yeah.
Why do I keep holding shift?
That's just how it be, I guess. I don't know.
And so you go to point. You rush A. Go, my creature. Time to die.
Moving out.
What are our orders, Commander?
Time to die for the Rubicon Liberation Front.
Awaiting orders, Commander.
Abide by the coral.
We're reading you.
Oh, it's abide by Rubicon. Fuck, I fucked it up.
Aye, aye, full burn. Aye, aye. Ready.
You're on point. You go heading this way, and
We're ready when you are.
Mr. Monitor, you... Why did my camera pivot that way? Okay. Mr. Monitor, you go and shoot things at the A point. Yippee, that's your job. That's your whole existence.
Awaiting orders,
Yeah.
Commander.
I can't believe they're nerfing OSP meat by making it more expensive. Literally all my OSP fleets are going to be over points after this update.
Yeah.
We're underway, Commander.
I can't. Why would
That's-
List do this? Everything is
To be
broken.
fair,
Yeah, it's deserved. It's
The-
for the best.
What are our orders, Commander?
the boss to the DC complex cost is kind of nice though. I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm not
that'll
complaining
help.
There.
That'll help fix my my liner fleets a bit more, but like for the I don't think I'll have a single except like Double Ocello. Double Ocello, I think, is the only OSP fleet that I have that will actually be the same point value after this patch goes live. How are
Yeah,
you capping the D point before me? Do you have sun drives on those?
Yeah.
All right, that would explain it.
Aye, Commander. Moving out.
Sorry, I'm a big reinforced drive gamer here on my shuttles. Oh, craft. 4 fighters.
We're ready when you are, Commander.
Someone looks like they were trying to yub the E point, but now there are 4 ships here. Those are S2s? Yep, S2s. MCOM, chaff, and do the things. Goodbye.
Strafe.
He died so that we could live. He will be remembered.
Ready.
They go for bombs. I don't. Yeah, we got defenders.
Understood. Ready.
Please kindly go away.
What can we do for you, Commander?
Standing by. Get it done.
The enemy secured zone comment.
Receiving.
Well, I am spotted on A.
To be closer for that.
Never mind. Oh, no, I am spotted on A.
We hear you, command.
I turned off my radar and I briefly went dark for like 2 milliseconds and then I got redetected.
Bye.
Hello, Mr. Sundial. Would you like to eat grape?
Aye, aye, Commander.
Hi, Squidward.
Receiving.
it looks like they're sending fighters to
shit.
try and deny A.
Detected.
Open the bomb. Fire the bombshells!
Enemy has locked onto us.
Chaff.
Get it done.
I don't have chaff. Oh, I can't chaff that.
Yep.
I can't. That is unchaffable. Bye. Alright, 8 point is not happening today.
Do for you, Commander.
However, we did get our naturals first, so we can
We
just
did.
sit on it.
Awaiting orders, Commander.
Stop looking at my lunch. It's not nice.
Stop looking at my line ships.
We're on our way.
Oh, they're sending more missiles? Okay, you can do that. He's already fucking dead, but okay. You can just disrespect. Just disrespect him. Sure, cool. That's awesome.
Understood. We're en route.
Poor Basho. Died for nothing. You can stop beaming him. He's dead.
Back short? What?
Dashort?
It's
What's
like-
happening
that's
with
like
Dashort?
I misread your capper's name as Bash Short.
As Bashort. I brought out the Dashort cap fleet.
Orders. On it.
Oh wait, yeah, I'm not in lock range.
Oh shit, we found the destroyer already. 1042.
Yeah.
Commander.
It's
I'm way the
way out
fuck
of range. Yeah, it's way out of range of anything, but it's just there. Interesting. How curious. They have a bunch of sundials low.
Ooh, they got 450 up high.
Standing by.
Yes, they do. Alright. Pulling MMTs back from the seaside. I'm assuming that's... What do the shells look like? 5... That was 5 and 3. Potential BB. Yeah, that's 5 and 3. That could be a BB.
Yeah, I'm gonna move over, help our Luna Solo with that.
Standing by.
You're detected. Interesting.
Target acquired. Moving out, Commander.
Aye, aye. Full burn. Yeah,
Oh,
we're
those are pure EO S3H. Interesting.
Oh, well,
Yeah,
that'll be
that'll be
fun
good.
because I have Omni Soft Kill on my MMT groups, so
What can we do
Yeah,
for you,
I
Commander?
finally put a
you're
Dazzler on
spotted
this
as
fleet,
well.
so
Interesting.
Buzzers are online, Commander.
or I could just kill the missiles with Grape Shot, Lamau.
You are above the rock.
Send your traffic.
Prepare to eat. No, why do I have Matt? Oh god, I have SDMs loaded in my MLS too.
Ah, they seem to have a pair of Axfords.
Away.
Oh god, I had the wrong missiles loaded. Why did it load Why did it load SDMs in my MLS?
Commander, the enemy has locked
Huh?
awaiting orders, Commander.
Ah.
Moving out, Commander. Get it done.
Damn it. I wasn't looking and those S2s are gonna hit. Oh fuck.
Fire.
You lived? You survived? That is unbelievably based of that ship.
By.
To just survive that. Although those torpedoes are gonna finish it off, never mind.
Standing by. Knock him out. Course laid in.
Did I land missile hits?
Too much damage. Have to evacuate.
Get it done.
No.
Course laid in.
There you go.
That's out of range, Commander. Ready.
Tragic. That carrier is being annoying. I hate his S2s.
Yeah, that's how it
You're a
feels. while that's
sprinter.
on.
What the fuck? What the hell has happened to my CMD Val?
Engaging.
Buzzers are online, Commander.
Course laid in.
Yeah, I'm another Corvette.
Missile away. Not many missiles left. Yes,
Need to deal with that.
turning up the engines now. Yes,
Peepers spotted on A. That's fine.
turning up the engines now. Orders.
You're dark. Nice.
We're ready.
Ah, AMMs. That's what happened. Ooh, you are a creature.
Standing by.
Buzzers are online, Commander.
Establishing lock. Yes, Commander. Firing solution
Don't fire flak. What are you doing?
locked in. We are en route, Commander. Get it done.
Understood. Jamming engaged.
Engaging target. Ready. Understood. Yeah, we see him. We're reading you. Repositioning.
I see your torpedoes.
Enemy is jamming us.
What the hell is locking me?
Low missile warning.
Oh yeah, the Axfords.
Activating buzzers.
Standing by. Get it done. Quiet. Commands on the line. Engaging. We are en route, Commander.
Alright, what is going on this side of the map? I am not going to be on this side of the map anymore. Fuck that.
Set to traffic. Quiet. Commands on the line. You heard the orders. Let's go. Set to traffic. Roger that. Course laid in.
So we know that they have a beam DD
Understood.
watching
We're on
Coming
route.
A.
by.
Buzzers are online.
Did I just grape shot my own AMM? I
Huh?
think I just did. What the fuck?
Standing by.
That was fucking hilarious.
Set to traffic. Moving.
It's got a DM. Who am I being DM'd by? No one important.
Awaiting orders, Commander.
Let's see. You're still dealing with him as well, yeah. Alright, awesome.
If you want to shoot the orbit dodging SLO, you can shoot the orbit dodging SLO.
Target confirmed. We'll be here before
You can actually probably fire grape at him.
firing solution locked in. Standing by. Ready.
Run off battle short. How damaged are you? You're fine.
Did you lose? Oh, you did lose a braking thruster. That's the issue.
Locked. Yes, opponent.
Yeah, kill this gun.
We hear you, command.
Shuttle, kill this gun capper.
Course laid in.
Aye, aye, Commander. Moving out. Understood. We're en route.
Standing by.
How are we doing on this the seaside here? Firebirds, Axfords in the middle, and you're being crossfired by the BB. Unfortunate.
Yeah, I should be able to deal with the battleship crossfiring me pretty soon, but I haven't taken much damage. I'll be fine.
That's what they all say.
Mm-hmm. Only lost like 5 components.
Apologies, I've been preoccupied by the B fight over here.
Yeah.
Firing solution locked.
Oh, you're all the way over here. Nice.
Aye, aye.
I can't really attempt a C cap with the MMT because of the BB. I'm attempting a B back cap at the moment. We'll see how that goes. I have no idea what's guarding the B point, so I could probably just lose cap 3 here to whatever's guarding the point.
Yep. Oh shoot. Just switched to my liner. Fuck.
Or I could just secure it.
Course laid.
Copy that. Holding here.
Nice.
Are you still trying to fire the comms jammer?
We're ready when you are.
Stop it.
Commander.
You're fine. Trust me. The enemy has no missiles left to fire at you. Alright, you're dead.
Awaiting your orders, Commander. We're underway.
Alright, I am spotted on B now.
Moving out, Commander.
Do I get the point in time, though?
Ready. Standing by.
I do. Alright, B point secured.
Nice. I am afraid that we may have pushed a couple of Axfords into B side, so sorry about that, but you might have to deal with that them soon.
I will be fine. What the fuck just happened?
Understood. Missile aging the enemy.
Being locked up.
Awaiting orders, Commander.
I'm being crafted.
Commander, they've opened fire. Buzzers.
Heading there now, Commander.
You also survived that. You're very based. Thank you for drive tanking that. That's fucking hilarious.
We got good kill on a sundial. What are these?
Lock on warning.
How are we doing on the capital battle?
Ready.
The capital battle, we're all just ignoring each other.
Okay, that's suboptimal, because that means then they pay attention to me. So you're gonna have to do something about that.
Yeah. Or more accurately, the Axfords popped up, we shot at them, they went away.
We're underway.
I'm currently
Quiet.
repositioning to deal with the battleship.
The Axfords
Awaiting
are
orders.
shooting at my MMT. Tethys, this is outrageous. How dare you abandon me?
And so are we.
Send your traffic.
Understood.
Jam them, please? Question mark? Where's my jammers?
Okay, at least this
Why do
battle.
they S3? They keep firing S3H at my shuttles and they keep missing. I'm not even doing anything. I have no decoys. They're just not hitting me.
Alright, we are launching a nuclear bomb at the battleship. Let's see what happens.
Legalize nuclear bombs. Oh, they have
We're gonna lose this
decoys!
back, aren't we?
Oh, I really hoped. Oh, nope, never mind. They're. Well, whatever that ship was is fucking dead.
Yep.
We hear you, Command. We are en route, Commander.
Oh, that's a torp core of capping the point. I can't deal with that.
Command's on the line. We are en route, Commander.
Actually, no, I can, maybe.
Up the engines now. Detecting an enemy Spiker tracking target.
Oh, he's
You know,
got
I'm gonna
fucking
be-
fighter support again. Damn.
I want to see if I can. aggress myself into C point. I'll flank on that Solomon.
Incoming.
Damn it, lost B.
We're reading you.
What's over there?
A bunch of sprinters.
Springler?
Yeah, and the carrier keeps throwing a bunch of S2s at me, and it's actually like getting through because they're EO only.
Wait,
Yeah,
they're
they're-
EOS news?
I believe so. I think that's what they are. It would have to be EO based on just how they're acquiring me.
Jacobon, is that you?
We hear you, Command.
What if?
We are on.
You think that Beamstone's still looking at A? Oh, you're already...
Probably.
Go A. Start going A with your 2 shuttles. I have a monitor right there.
Aye, aye, Commander.
I want to see if we can't just kill the Keystone if it tries to push and defend. Oh, Keystone at B. It's moved. Yeah, it's not on A anymore.
The lifeboat, Commander. We'll be there before
Okay, this Solomon is playing as I'm betting it's 4TC. It is like leaving the map.
receiving.
I'm going.
I might be able to get a C cap then.
Standing by.
They're shooting at us.
Also, it looks like the Axfords are also moving pretty far back.
Awaiting your orders, Commander.
Axfords are moving to reinforce the C point by the looks of it.
Yeah, probably because I pushed it.
Target confirmed.
I see. All right, I'm abandoning my C cap attempt here. A is being secured. Just keep on the point. My monitor will do what it can to support. Axford pushing up from above.
Yeah.
Over
there's-
A, yeah.
I think there's a double axe. That's part of the double axe, yeah. You fire your guns, please. Oh, I have hold fire on them now. I'm very smart.
Hands on the line.
I hate the sightlines on this map. My brother in Christ, you brought the fucking
The enemy's locked
missile
onto us.
direct fleet.
Yeah.
Negative. That target.
Oh, that is a shit ton of bombers.
Firing solution.
I think if they go for A, it will be a positive elixir trade. So
I think
I'm
so.
going to-
You have 2 ships on A. You're about to cap. You might get it actually.
I'm gonna do all the soft kill that I have on these ships.
A
There we
secured.
go. A
Nice.
is ours.
We are on. Command.
Looks like they're going after your monitor.
Yeah, that's where they're heading.
Awaiting your orders.
Where the hell? Okay. Well, I seem to have soft killed a couple of the torpedoes.
I've got no like proper soft kill to defeat those on the monitor.
Damn.
Yeah, those are all gonna hit.
I got one of the shuttles out. And we got the point. So.
All right, monitor
That's
moment.
good.
Monitor moment. I'm actually decently okay.
There's like 8 torpedoes. What the fuck?
Yeah, I'm structure broken, but I still have my C90 and 3 restores.
Pretty
I-
incredible.
I am structure broken though, but
Wait, your C90 survived?
Yup.
Despite it, like, half of those torpedoes landed
Just-
directly on it. What the
just
fuck?
don't think about it.
You again, Command.
it's
Course laid out.
it's normal. It makes sense.
Incredible.
Traffic.
What do you want?
All right. I ain't gonna lie, I'm pretty blood on cap stuff right now. You are going to need to start pushing with your front line into things, because I do not have much left in the tank for sneaky little back caps and stuff.
Yeah. Well, I mean, right now we don't need a back cap. We can kind of just sit on it.
Right.
But yeah. I am gonna try and keep an eye on their front line. I think Sorceress is like really close to. There it is. Hello, expert. What am I shooting?
Receiving.
Shoot him. Thank you.
Standing by.
I'm calling their bluff. I'm saying that they have nothing to back cap D, and I'm just gonna push my MMT into B.
Okay.
What can we do?
Why are we launching 30 missiles at a frigate?
We're
Wait.
launching 30 missiles at a frigate. Oh, that was the
Yeah, look at
stupid
the-
missile frigate that kept missing every single shot it fired at me.
Make it quick.
Well, it's gone now.
Send it quickly.
That's actually kind of convenient for me.
Standing by.
Oh shit, you missed your bullseye somehow. I don't think I actually need it.
Alright, we are holding cap advantage. We're actually, like, not doing too bad right now. Our front line's, like, completely intact, but it's just kind of... Yeah, you
Yeah.
guys are kind of, like, sitting back,
Both-
though.
both-
Yeah, I know you can't
both
really... You
front
can't...
lines
Yeah.
both front lines haven't done much to each other. I think position-wise, we're in a better place than they are, but that's kind of subjective.
Your waypoint.
Like, we do have one of their Axfords relatively isolated, and I think we should be able to at least do a lot of damage. What are you?
No, they're target locking my monitor. No! He almost got out of there intact. Intact, actually, intact is a strong word. He's massively fucked, but
Back up.
it's fine.
In mostly one piece.
We're ready when you are.
Oh, that's a Corvette.
Engines restored. Something funny just happened.
Oh,
Course laid in.
You see Cap 3 near B point? I don't
does
think
it have
they,
engine?
I don't think they know he's still alive. The ships were in visual range on the B point that recapped it. They moved off. I don't think they understand that he's
God.
alive.
Aye, Commander. Aye, aye. Starting our.
I'm trying to deny it, but no promises here.
Don't they know? Don't they know who I am?
Orders, command.
It looks like we got missiles on there. Yeah, 3576 doesn't seem to be in a good place right now. That's good to see. And it's two Acellas and a liner. It's a lot of firepower.
Grabs are back online.
Aye, aye.
All right, we're
Oh,
making.
he's not going for the A point.
Awaiting orders,
Yippee.
Commander. Moving to that position.
I'm no longer detected at B.
Huh? Oh my god.
Holy shit! I'm bringing everything back online.
Nice. I'm gonna have to switch to HE on this 'cause I'm running low on armor piercing.
We are en route, Commander.
Ready.
I now that
They're
their
securing
battleship is
D? I'm on D. What do you mean?
I don't know.
Commander.
Receiving.
It's fine. I'll take B from him again. How is he still alive? That's so fucking funny. Go, my little guy, go! There's a DC team with one member left, and they cleared all the fires except one. Holy shit! Holy shit! I'm gaming.
Ready. Awaiting orders, Commander.
Engaging one. Firing control clear.
Jammers hot.
Clear to fire.
D point will not be theirs for long.
Aye, aye. Starting our burn.
Yeah, you have like two MMT setups in the area.
Aye, aye. We hear you, command.
I also have my totally intact guy's monitor moving back. How the fuck is this monitor still? He's got all of his guns back online already. Oh my god, the fucking complex aux steering Citadel mag just fucking ate the damage.
Yeah.
It just eated the damage. It literally just gulp.
Nom.
Target confirmed.
I'm so full of damage, yum.
Something like
I don't
that.
even, there's only one fire left. I don't even need to repair it because it's in my small restore locker, which I'm using to repair something anyway. Like, it's not even structure broken! How the fuck did this happen? My shuttles are just built differently.
Warning. Enemy lock detected.
Uh-oh, they found him. They found him. No! No! No, Cap 3, no!
Our drive has
That's
been disabled.
tragic.
Standing by.
Tragedy.
Taken too much damage. We have to evacuate.
Moving to that position.
I
He was so full of fires and damaged components. You can turn battle short.
I
off,
love
you're fine.
I love
Command.
neither of my capital ships being spotted right now. This is beautiful.
Hello, Mr. Sprinter. Did you forget that my monitor is still here?
Ready. Being locked up. Moving.
Oh god, this.
Firing on that target.
I think I should be able to just bully the fuck out of this Solomon. Although he is also bullying the hell out of the missiles.
Are those crafts gonna, like, drop bombs or anything? Or are they just gonna be on top of my ship? What? Do you see MMT-1 in your B point?
Yeah.
We've got a lot of static.
What the? Did they drop their bombs?
They didn't do anything. Thank you for firing 2 SDMs at one ship. I very much appreciate you doing that. Go, yeah, do it again. Thank you. By all means.
Locking them up.
I don't know, man.
They're gonna learn today.
Commander, they have a target on us.
Did I put my other ship?
Turning up the engines now.
All right, dagger resecured.
Running out of ammunition.
My MMTs are actually just fucking cracked. I love them. Do we have literally the entire rest of their fleet trapped at sea?
Yeah.
Standing
Very based. Thank you, Frontline. You actually locked in.
I'm about to get broadside on their battleships once Sorceress moves up a bit more.
standing by.
I think we just win. I think we have a 4 cap this late into the game. We have 800 points on the board. I think this is just a GG for us.
Yeah.
Don't you know it
There's
takes
the battleship.
my fucking monitor eating 8 fucking torpedoes and just being
Oh, I did
fine?
not see those until they were way too late.
My monitor is just based as fuck.
Standing by.
Ow, fuck. Well, that could have gone.
Oh, is that the
worse.
carrier?
They're gonna learn today.
Track 5770 carrier, likely.
Heading here now, Commander. We've got a lot of static.
Interesting.
Wait, it's
You should kill
it's
it.
jamming me? What is this thing? What is this?
I am now going broadside to broadside with a fucking battleship and an SLO. This is beautiful.
Getting your orders.
We're reading you.
Ooh, that's a fucked battleship.
E points. There's a thing on E. 7095.
Running out of missiles.
Jamming activated, Commander.
They're shooting.
Oh, it's a beamstone! It's a beamstone! It's a beamstone! That ain't a carrier! That ain't a carrier! I saw craft going for it, and I'm just like, oh, it must be a carrier.
We're on our way.
I don't think we're gonna make it, Command.
I'm gonna go forehead C point.
Commander, the enemy has locked onto us.
At this point, I might as well. The battleship's surrounded by 450 assets.
Oh, it's the sensitive femboy shark.
Our ship is finished, Commander.
Yup.
Oh,
It's
it's
the
getting
sensitive femboy
S2
shark.
dumped at close range too.
Yeah, it already took an S2 dump, and now I'm just finishing it off with 450.
Quiet. Command's on.
Well, there's nothing they can do. I have a monitor on the D point. What are they gonna do? Kill it? Haha, that's funny. Monitors don't die. Everyone knows that.
For real. There we go. Now my liner is.
F for the femboy. Tragic.
This thing took surprisingly little damage for eating like 8 torpedoes.
I'm not rereading what you just typed, Ox. I'm not rereading that in my chat. Thank you for that one.
Incredible.
Oh my god.
Awaiting your orders, Commander.
This monitor just... What warhead size are in those torpedoes, I wonder? You have torps out on Sorceress. Oh,
Yeah, I've
Sorceress
kind of
is
lost
fucked.
all of my. Yeah, I've kind of lost most of my important shit.
It's fine. We win. Their entire fleet is just contained on Sea Point.
Yeah, like the battleship's dead. One of the Axfords is gone, and the other one's broadside to broadside with a liner.
They took E. They got E with the thing, but I think we went on a 2 cap anyway. Yeah, we more than went on.
yeah.
I think we went on a 1 cap.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I have secondaries on this liner. I should probably use them, shouldn't I?
Yeah, that might help.
Hey, I've been using them as grape shot missile or craft defense all game. I kind of forgot that I can shoot ships with them. Yep, there we go.
How much? Where's that monitor? How much damage did it? Oh, that wasn't a whole lot of damage. It ate 5k.
Interesting.
Oh, you
Those
guys
torpedoes
killed.
Must have been not very big.
You guys actually killed an Axford. Wow. Okay. Good
Yeah,
job.
the one Axford died to 450. The other one was probably would have died sooner than later.
Hollow
It was
had.
broadside.
This is the one that capped E, and then they still had the beam DD. But
Yeah.
my things were, yeah. I lost most of my cap fleet, but I also capped points. So
Yeah.
What were Seekers?
They did good.
They were Command Hodge. Active red. Damn, Command Hodge is
Why are
kind
there-
of based. If the Command Hodge went for my MMTs, I would have won because I have Warblers on them. But yeah, they just annihilated my little shuttles. Act Eoval SDM as well.
On who?
Jacobian.
Sure.
Jacobian's carrier. Act Eoval. HE frag. SDM. Interesting.
Why?
I don't know. Sir, PTB's not out yet. You can still just use Act Wake. This is main branch, bitch. Yeah.
Yeah. Fucking Yub CV. Incredible. Or at least I assume that's why there's a 3H on it.
Alright, how many fleets do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, yeah, that's enough to start fleet review. I am going to back out of this lobby really quickly. Let's see, we are... Alright, we still got like 20 minutes before I need an ad break, so I can just go ahead and download all of these.
We did an active decoy break.
An active decoy break? Not what it's called. Yep, they're all here. Awesome. Where is my folder? There is my folder. Alright. All the fleets are in there. Go read the description on my fleet, please, I beg you. What does it say? OBL 12K. Ah, it's an OBL. Feel free to skip. All right, I probably will. I don't have OBL or no ship limits downloaded, I believe, so I'll probably just skip that. If you want a OBL fleet, engineering's got you covered. I think it was firepower overwhelming. Yep. It doesn't need no ship limits. Ah, I see. Alrighty. Do you want to help me for fleet review, Tethys, or?
Sure. I'm gonna stay here for a few more minutes.
Alrighty. Let's see what we have. Actually, no. Before I go in, I need to do this. There we go. Now all of your ships can have this tag and badge on them. Aren't you all happy? Isn't this what you wanted? Alright.
Truly brain damaged.
Starting from the top. First, we have Bogans. Sound effect going to war. Needs changes to the rocket shuttles, otherwise I don't know how to improve. Alright, let's take a look at what we have. You sent in the Gronchler?
I did send in the Gronchler.
Alright.
I finally overhauled it and realized that I had Mount gyros on the MMTs for some reason.
What? Huh? That's...
Don't believe me. I don't know what the hell I was thinking when I put those on, but they were there. They're not anymore.
One of the most interesting modules to put on an MMT. Okay. It's for the Taos launcher, right?
I think that might have been what I was thinking because like I built the MMTs originally for that fleet like right after carriers came out, and so I kind of didn't know how the Taos worked.
The Taos has like a traverse rate of yes. It's fine. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Can we join VC for fleet review? Kind of just like to keep it as little as possible, just so we don't have like 20 people trying to talk at the same time.
Yeah.
All right. This was. Sorry, I already forgot. Bogans, sound effect going to war. Needs changes to the rocket shuttles. All right, let's take a look. Looks like we're running a cat fleet here. We have a 250 liner. And looks like a sort of like a meat tug 250. Interesting. Oh, 3 250 tugs. Very interesting. Take a look at those later. We have rocket shuttle, chaff on the bottom, rocket on top. These drive, sun drive, and I'm assuming all of these are mostly the same. Oh, nope, 2 rocket shuttles. And then the rest of them are gun shuttles by the looks of it. Yep, all right. Starting first with the 250 liner. Let's see what we got. Long haul drive, very nice. 65s, 250 rapid cycles, scryers, Bridgemaster. What do we have in here in terms of buff modules? 2 rapids, 2 ammo elevators. Yep, that's pretty standard. I noticed we're running a Bridgemaster with a scryer. Keep in mind, remember that the Bridgemaster's range is only 8.5 kilometers, and the scryer, the effects of the scryer will only apply to that 8.5 kilometer range. So typically you want to put a scryer on a long-range radar just so you can get the effects at longer range, increase your the amount of reaction time you have to those incoming missiles to soft kill them. Bridgemaster is nice for a liner like this that can just pop out at close range and destroy like a little capper. I'm assuming that's what you're using this for, like cap defense. Couple things. For cap defense, I recommend the Big Chi drive just because you get the linear thrust and the turn rate. It does nerf your top speed. However, you can pop out a bit faster with that thrust increase, and you turn a lot better. If you're playing defensively, that's always a good thing to have. If you're playing this more offensively, the long haul drive is perfectly acceptable. It's a really good drive. You've got a lot of hard kill on this thing. Bastions, Pavises, and a pinpoint up top. Rule of thumb on Bridgemaster ships that are supposed to be fighting at close range, you can kind of skip the pinpoint if you need power or points, just because the Bridgemaster's track is inherently super accurate. You can see here a velocity error of only 0.15 meters per second and a positional error of 20 meters. That's really good. You've got basically track quality like 13, 14 just on pure detection from the Bridgemaster. The pinpoint's nice because it can help with jamming, but If you want to cringe points a little bit more, you can try that. I'm also noticing that your Pavises are on, like, the mounts closest away from the center of mass. I don't recommend that. I recommend you put your Pavises as close to center of mass as possible, just due to the way that missiles get aim points on your ship and how the Pavises actually deal with missiles. A Pavise is only going to shoot down missiles that are in, like, a tiny little bubble around it, just because it doesn't have the accuracy to hit missiles at range. So typically, I put them sort of, like, in the middle, spread throughout, like, the middle as much as possible. The missile aim points that acquire on your ships tend to lead them into the Pavises a bit more often than not. The Bastions you can get away with putting on the side mounts, since they're less reliant on accuracy and more volume of fire. Escape, how big of a super chat do I need you to convince you to load OBL during your next ad break? I don't think do I even have super chats enabled? I don't think I do. I think I still need to set that up. $500. Thank you, 3 cats.
Yeah.
The
Another thing
Jammer...
about the another thing about the Scryer onliners is that if you're running a line ship, the entire thing with liners is that they have an enormous amount of mounts, but are incredibly constrained on modules. And so in my experience, it's almost always better to focus on buffing your weapon systems or, like, radars. You don't want, like, supplementary things, utility modules. Put those on escorts, on, like, monitors, I guess.
Right.
Generally on liners, you just want to maximize your fire rate.
That's also a good pointer. Let's see, what's our damage control looking like? We have a storage and 2 reinforced. Not a lot of DC. I'm assuming this is a cheaper liner on the cheaper side. Yeah, it's a cheaper liner. That's fair. If you're playing this defensively, you can get away with this DC setup. Oh, you have an intel center on this. That's interesting. All right. Reinforced mag, gun plots. You don't really need a gun plot for the 250 casemates. They're already accurate enough. You don't really need to buff them a whole lot. Damage control central, reinforced DC. Citadel CIC in the big slot. All right. Careful with putting things in these super large compartments that don't need to be in the super large compartments, because the hitbox is much bigger than these smaller compartments. So you put your CIC is Citadel, which is really, really heavy and very, very strong. But you've put it in a compartment that has a much larger hitbox than the other compartments. So just keep that in mind and be careful with that. You can get away with it, kind of, but your Citadel is probably going to go down quite often because it just absorbs all the fire because of how big its hitbox is. Other than that, this liner is, yeah, fairly nice. 250 liners in general in this current main branch are very easy to fit into cat fleets like this, and that's why they're being changed, because having this much meat in a cat fleet turns out to be a very big balancing issue.
Yep.
Personally, I'd replace the Citadel CIC with a DCX and replace the DCC with a RCIC. Yeah, you can get
I'd agree with that.
The where is it? The complex. The complex is very expensive, but what you're getting out of it is very strong. There's a funny joke that runs around the Neb community. I don't need my point defense for my liner is a damage control complex because it just survives everything.
Yeah, for reference, the DCX is purposefully undercosted by quite a bit in order to kind of make DCX liners and non-DCX liners effectively different ships, with DCX ones generally being much better.
A DCX is going to go a long way on a ship like this. It's expensive, but it's definitely worth the point cost if you can figure it out how to swing it. But yeah, Citadel CIC there is a bit rough. It's going to be hit a whole lot. I would try and put it in one of these smaller compartments and maybe change it to a reinforced if you're playing the ship defensively. Because if you're playing the ship defensively, hiding behind rocks at cat points, you don't really need double CIC. You can kind of cringe that a bit. Also, I'm noticing you're running a Blackjack Jammer. Once again, I should mention that I don't really know how you really want to play this liner. I see it in a cap fleet and I think, all right, this is going to like defend a point, right? Blackjack's not all that useful for defending a cap point, since like command and act radar guided torpedoes and missiles are more common on the ships that are actually going to be contesting points. This can help you with Yub, but if you position your ship well enough, that shouldn't be the biggest problem. I would definitely, personally looking at this, I would probably replace this with a Warbler instead and run a Warbler. You'd save 40 points. Don't get me wrong, this Dazzler is going to definitely help you in a lot of situations, but I think that you'd be better off using a Warbler and doing comms jamming instead on this ship. That's just preference, I think, though. Dazzler is a pretty good pick on a liner. Up next, we have these 3 250 tugboats. These ones are a little bit interesting to me because this 250 gun, it's pretty much outclassed in every way by the C-30. The C-30 is like, I mean, you get the range.
I think the idea here is the C-30 is like 20 or 30 points, and the C-53 is 10. So if you're trying to make meat tugs that are minimum cost, maximum hit point value, then the C-53 is the better option. But obviously there's trade-offs.
Right.
I can see it working.
What do we actually have in these things? Reinforced mag, aux steering, small DC, reinforced DC, basic CIC. So these are very well built if you're just going meat tugs. These are 306 points. Yard drive. One thing to keep in mind with the tugboat is that this module here, Module 1, has a very big hitbox and will always take damage no matter where the shell hits on your ship for some reason. This thing just is a bullet magnet. So typically what people like to do is they typically like to run the reinforced drive there and then put the reactor back here, just so you have that extra bit of damage soak before your drives and reactors go down. The yard drive is nice, though, for keeping the casemate on target. And yeah, once again, it's also just down to preference. Bridgemaster, ammunition elevators. Once again, you're running into the thing where you're running a Bridgemaster and a pinpoint on the same ship, which is not really needed, especially on like smaller ships like this that aren't really going to be targeted by jamming, as opposed to like larger liners all that much. If you want to save 10 points and some energy cost, you can probably take the pinpoint off and be pretty fine. Just, yeah, the Bridgemaster, if you actually detect something with it, it's pretty much a target lock level track quality. So you don't really need to buff it all that much with a target lock. But like I said, the pinpoint will help you in some situations, so it's not like a complete waste of points. Only 10 points for it's pretty nice, but if you want to shave points, you can go that route. You have 3 of these. Very nice. These things are going to die slow, and yeah, the C-53, it's going to give you DT brake capabilities with the 250 AP that the that 100 mil is not going to give you. What's the point cost per 50? All right, so you're good there. Next, we have the 2 rocket shuttles, and these ones are really interesting because they're running only 1 rocket launcher and then a chaff box on the bottom. I would say, if you're committing to rocket shuttles, I would full greed them. I would take off this chaff box here, maybe replace the Pavise with the chaff box, and then run double rocket launcher, just for the ability to pen, like, capital armor if you need to.
Yeah, another thing is that a single defender in Arc will shut down a single RL-18.
Right.
It will completely hard kill it. 2 RL-18s, you need usually closer to 3 defenders to fully deal with it, though. So doubling up on your RL-18s gives you much better point defense pen than you think it will.
Right.
Because defenders will be switching up and down between the 2, and it causes the PD controller is kind of stupid.
Running a half rocket thing like this can work in some situations, but if you're running like a pure rocket shuttle, I would definitely just do 2 rocket launchers. I would just full commit to it. Also, yeah, if you are going to run this shaft box, keep in mind, if you can fit the bigger one, always fit the bigger one. They're the same point cost, and the bigger one has more hit points. Thank you, Remote Tanker, for pointing that out. I would have completely missed that if you didn't mention it. 2 rocket shuttles is nice to have in a cat fleet. You can punch up and just obliterate, like, frigates, corvettes, and absolutely annihilate destroyers if you get a flank on them. But yeah, no, if you're going to run rockets, I would definitely, yeah, full commit to it. And then these gun shuttles are pretty standard. Oh, this one doesn't even have a chaff box on the bottom. No, they don't. All right. So this configuration is pretty standard. Basic, reinforced mag, rapid, DC, sun drives. Yep, these are going to be cheap, 150 points. They're going to be fast, and they're still going to pose a threat to lighter armed corvettes that you'll find out in the battle space. You're doing the thing, putting the T-20 and the Pavis on the same flat platform here makes sure that this Pavis will always be in arc as your ship rolls to get the T-20 into arc. Very nice. No chaff box on these. Typically, if you see the one-gun ones, you see a chaff box on the bottom here for chaff, but this build works fine as well if you're looking to save points. I know that you've put a lot of points into, like, the tugboats and the other rockets shuttles. All in all, you've got a lot of stuff to work with in this Cat fleet. You've definitely got the hulls to contest a lot of points and make the ANS Cat player have to think about what they want to engage. This liner is going to be a big thing for dealing with even like up to voxels that step onto point. You can get a salvo of 250 into them, and that tends to hurt them quite a lot at close range. So you've got the ability to contest points with this. You've got these for punching up a little bit into larger ships. You have the rockets. Yeah, very nice. I like the variety in this Cat fleet, actually. The one thing I would say is that the first thing I would change is definitely see if you can swing the points to make these rocket shuttles full rockets, but other than that, it's pretty well built.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, I think we already said what we thought about the liner. It's well built, but I think there's still ways you can improve it a bit here if you're playing this as, like, a defensive cap guard ship.
I will say that I personally don't like intel centers that much, especially on frontline ships. So you could try without it and
Right.
use that point
That
for other
is
stuff.
that is 90 points on something you don't necessarily need. The Intel Center, I see why you're doing it. I know a lot of players put Intel Centers on their beam destroyers just for the intel on a ship that's just in the back and is never really going to get shot at a whole lot. But I think for liners, I think investing in, like, the DC in their compartments instead of support stuff is probably best.
Yeah. Again, they
And
are
yeah,
the glass cannon ship.
Yeah.
It tends to work out better if you invest in them being a glass cannon, or at least a cannon.
Right. Yeah, that's 90 points you can save if you remove that for not a whole lot lost. But other than that, yeah, keep in mind if you're running Intel Center on OSP, OSP has a lot of things to gain intel. They have EO pikes, they've got bloodhounds, they've got early warning radars. They've got a lot of ability to gain intel on things that you don't really need an Intel Center for.
Yeah.
But other than those couple minor things, I do quite like this fleet here. Very nice. Also, actually, yeah, I should point out what Remote Tanker said real quickly about the ammo on some of these ships. Your ammo is very weird on these things. You can save a bunch of points by just taking these down. Or not. How much points per
250 per.
shell? It's 250. All right, so you can go to 250 for all of these bullets, and it won't increase how many points you're spending on the fleet, so keep that in mind. Also, yeah, some of your Pavis ammo is really awkward here. You would save a bunch of points on those, maybe fit chaff boxes and some of these gun shuttles if you want. But yeah, I think it's the Alt key does it in denominations. Yeah, if you're ever curious about the denominations that actually add points to your fleet, hold down the Alt key and then press the plus, and it'll add it in 1 point increment jumps. But yeah, you can probably shave a couple points by messing with the ammo a bit, and you can maybe afford some chaff and stuff. I'm assuming this is accidental. You, like, put in the number and it came out wrong.
Yeah.
But
I will say that is a lot more 250 ammo than I think
what's your
you'll need.
firing time on that 250? That gives you 17 and 19 minutes. This is the firing time you want for, like, 450. You can probably shave this down to, like, 15 minutes and still be fine for each ammo type.
Yeah.
All right. Moving on. Up next, how long have we been going? I'm going to do a quick 3-minute ad break real quick, and then we can move on to the next fleet. I will see you all in, where's my button? 3 minutes. All right, we're back. People have been saying no
Yippee.
ads. No ads. Okay, well, I have the settings set up. I've done the whole thing. No one wants to. No one. Everyone saw. All the advertisers saw Skate Volley and decided to pull ads from my channel. It's over for me.
Incredible.
All right. Tasty Cookies average beam amount fleet is up next, and this is the one we saw on stream the other day. Huh. Yeah, it's just 7 beamstones. Let's take a look at how cringe these are. They're double FPA. Regular drive, basic CIC, rapid DC, reinforced mag. Yeah, these are just... Parallax? Gah?
I'm assuming
These are
there's like
powered.
a
Oh.
parallax on 1 or 2 of them, and nowhere else.
No, that's a parallax on all of them. The power wouldn't be like that. Yeah, no, that's a parallax on all of them. Can we talk about the
Oh, wait.
4 chaff per ship? Oh my god.
The
Also,
parallax on every single one of them, and then it has BCIC and basically no damcon is incredible.
this is certainly a choice. It worked for them in that Solar match, but yeah, the parallax is cheaper than Bullseye, and you can lock if not jammed. Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, this is one of Tasty's fleet. Yes, was it that obvious? I'm immediately noticing that we're using the small chaff launcher when we have all of these beautiful available mounts for the big chaff launchers. These things aren't even at maximum integrity rating. That's fucking hilarious. But yeah, they're supposed to run dispersed just around the map, just 7 beamstones. I don't have anything else to say about this. Like it's what it says on the tin. It's 7 beamstones. This is Nebulus's list intended. This is definitely what List wanted people to run. Definitely. Interesting. Well, it worked once. Kind of. They got kind of eviscerated by rocket containers a couple times, but the ones that lived... Why is this one cheaper? You have... I'm not even going to ask why that was like that, but, you know, I think it's funnier if it was like that. Yeah, so you just position these all over the map and just beam whatever gets close. Yeah. If you want to watch this fleet in action, last Wednesday's stream, Tasty runs this on Solar and loses most of them, but the ones that survive definitely worked. Average beam amount. Up next, we have TF Magic Cannon by Noek. Let's see what they have sent us. Here it is. Oh, it's a CLN. All right. This description is not correct. Oh, it's a cat fleet now. All right. So this is the cap fleet. Yeah, a cap fleet. Very, very nice cap fleet you have here. Is there a description in my Discord about how the missiles work? 6 different HEI boxes with 3 different secret combos for triple TOT and 2 rocket boxes for GP and fishing. Was this the one that you ran on that Solar match as well? I think I recognize this one because you did the triple TOT against the Jacobians BB. I think this is the same one. Yeah, because it's got carrier pads with, yeah, pikes in them. I'm going to assume this is the same one. It worked really well. The triple TOT really worked and just obliterated a BB like it was nothing. Let's take a look at the missiles. We have... These are the 2 rocket container ones, I believe. Yep. Act, Wakeville, Hodge, pretty standard crews. And then Act, Hodge. I see we're using the Act thing here. Yep, pretty standard stuff here for rocket containers. And then these are the ones for triple TOT. We've got Act Wake Val, HE shaped, or sorry, yeah, HE shaped with decoys. Act Therm Val with, sorry, decoys. Wow, I just got the hiccups all of a sudden. This one is the one that actually has the seekers for getting through. This one as well. We have, yeah, you were using commands primary on cruise containers, which is the reason that BB died, because they were not being shot down by PD when you did this.
Yeah.
Or not being shot, they weren't being soft killed. That's the word I was, what am I talking about? Might I
man.
ask, I'm assuming you use the EO designator on the pikes to get the track quality?
That would make sense.
That's pretty tech.
And then with the secondary seeker, you make them go straight even under jamming, so
Yeah,
that's
no.
a good deal.
Escape velocity is an arming missile, and then we have some AMMs here. Yeah, this all makes sense to me. Let's take a look. What is actually in the ship itself? DC storage complex and 2 large DC. Wow, you're really building this for survivability. Nice to see. Long haul drive. Oh, it's double drived? Double drived Moorline. Absolutely fucking based of you, by the way. The rest of everything else is pretty standard for more. What silo size are we doing? Only 7. Or sorry, 8. Because you're using the all properties data link array. Yep. All right. That's somewhat. I'm still confused on like CLN tactics. By the way, this is like the one part of the game that I haven't done a lot of looking into. I think this is pretty standard though. And then the pikes 10-second prog time. I see.
I run.
I see. You're running
elevated as
a
well.
bunch of buff stuff on that. Okay. And then we have the 2 EO designator pikes here for getting those, the track quality for your command containers. Yeah, that's all. This is a pretty interesting idea, because the EO designator ball, it just gives you track quality 15 immediately when you designate something. It's really overpowered. And so, yeah, command would definitely listen to that, and those would definitely hit, especially on the larger capitals. Very nice to see. Yeah, this, it worked really well in the PTB match that we were on Solar. Don't really have much else to say about that one. Moving on, next fleet. Acelo plus MMT's fleet from Mackinac. Yep, it's Acelo plus MMT's. Oh, where'd it go? There it is. All right. Alright, 1 Acelo, we have 3 MMTs. Pretty standard build for the MMTs here. We're putting the chaff on the bottom, the V's, pinpoint. I see we're not running jamming on these MMTs, which is typically what you see them with. Instead, we're running better missile defense with the chaff box Pavis. One thing I would recommend, I would move the Pavis to this mount here, mount 2. These side mounts don't actually really have that good firing arcs for, like, Pavises and stuff. Any missile that comes on you head-on, as soon as it gets to, like, here, the missile, the Pavis is not going to have arc to fire forward and hit anything that gets that close. So I would definitely put it on this mount here. It's elevated, it's got better firing arcs for dealing with missiles in the front. But other than that, that's a pretty good build for a MMT. Not running jamming, though, which can hurt because you're not covering your missiles with jamming. But this will still work. Command primary Hodge backup is a pretty good seeker type for MMT missiles. RDC, small DC reinforced mag, small DC. So we're running 3 restores on these. Interesting. So you've really invested in like the survivability of these. Keep in mind, small DCs, they go down pretty quickly. So having 2 of them together, these might go down pretty quickly here, but if they survive, you've got 3 restores, which is really nice for a small ship like this that has a lot of mounts. We're running a ammunition, elevators, and a huntress. All right, so we're not running ARR or Scryer, which is what you typically see. Ammunition elevators can work. This gun does have a very long reload time.
And they do buff the MLS as well, so
That
it
is
does have
true.
that
They would
benefit.
do that, so you can cycle missiles much faster than you could before. All right, I see it. I see the tech. And then you've got 3 of these. Nice. And then we have a little gun capper here with the standard build. VLS on the bottom, T20 and Pavis on top, reinforced mag, small DC, RCIC, reinforced drives. You're running the reinforced build, which is really nice. This is the build that I typically run in terms of my inner compartments. I love tanky shuttles. As you saw on that last match on Yukon, you see why I like them so much. That ship on B that the enemy thought dead, it just survived, and I could just recap. But other than that, let's take a look at the Acello really quickly. Chaff on the bottom, comms jammer, whip yard. Alright, whip yard. What does that make our movement look like? Linear thrust is buffed, speed is buffed. Alright, you got good buffs here. For an independent Acello, this is pretty good. I think the meta right now is to run like Raider Big Drive on Acellos, just because you can orbit dodge and you have a super thin profile from the front, so you typically avoid most incoming shots if you're doing that. Your point defense is quad Aurora. You have a spotlight on the bottom, very nice. You've got good missile defense, parallax as well, adaptive radar receiver. What's do we have?
I will say you can probably afford to go up to a floodlight. I know that will take you technically over power, but you have to remember that you're never gonna have all 4 Auroras firing at the same time, or at least it's not gonna be very common.
They're already slightly overpowered with the spotlight, which is probably why they're reluctant to run it, I would assume.
Yeah,
but yeah,
again,
you can make it work.
Missiles especially, since generally the missiles won't be perfectly bow on, you're only ever gonna have 2 Auroras firing at any given time, and therefore you can discount them on the power calculations.
For reinforced in a rapid, very tanky Acello build here. Reinforced stuff is mostly in the nose. Do you have any reinforced? There it is. Rapid up top. Yep, pretty standard stuff for DC. Reinforced Acellos, I like them quite a lot if you can swing the points for them. Just being very tanky and being very slow to die is very awesome. Only 3 ammunition elevators. You're running an ARR instead, which can work for a parallax, but I mean, I can see it. I can see it on a parallax. That's, I guess, a little side grade to running 4 ammunition elevators. Firing time, 10 minutes. Only 10 minutes for each ammo type is a little bit low. You're only single magazining this with a reinforced mag, so you're not really going to be in combat as much as you'd want out of like a capital. I guess you do have like the support stuff like the comms jammer and Auroras, right? So I'm assuming the idea is this is like a half cap fleet. You put this Acello next to your actual front line like monitors or liners, and then you use the half cap fleet to support your cap fleet.
Yeah, I have a fleet that does something similar where single arm mag, the Acellos more exists as a support ship to the front line than an actual brawler in and of itself.
Right. I mean, yeah, this Acello is well built. It's going to be slow dying. It's not going to be doing like insane damage numbers, but it's definitely going to be supporting frontline. That's, I'm assuming, what its job is going to be. The MMTs are really nice for if you have another full cap fleet on your team helping them out, or if you're the only cap player. If you're the only cap player, that's kind of rough with only these ships as a cap fleet. You can definitely make it work, but it's going to be very difficult. This isn't really going to be like going toe-to-toe with any ANS cap fleet, since you're going to be outnumbered if you're fighting an ANS cap fleet.
Yeah.
But you do still have the Acello, which is nice to have. Looking at this fleet, I'd recommend you bring this more often in like 5v5s when you have like a proper cap fleet or proper frontline fleets to support, as like a more useful assets fleet sort of thing. But honestly, I see this working in a 4v4 as well. I think you can probably do good things with this. Nothing really to say about the way the ships are built. They're all built pretty good. The one thing I am noticing here is, again, the Pavis mounts probably could be changed. You could swap the chaff to the side, move the MLS to the bottom, and put the Pavis on top. You would be sacrificing having the larger VLS for the smaller one, which is something that you have to consider. So maybe if you prefer this, that works too. Also, swap the reinforced drive in the reactor. Put the reinforced drive in the big thing here, because this thing has a massive hitbox and you really want something reinforced there, especially if you've already bought it and put it in the back here.
Yeah, a drive swap is very good.
And then gun shuttle is also very nice to have for just running around the map, back capping things. Yeah, very nice. All these ships are built pretty well. I like them a lot. The Acello half-cap fleet is a very interesting play here, considering how expensive the Acello is. 1.5k, yeah. This is a very expensive ship, and you're also using very expensive cap assets as well. You can definitely make this work, but just keep in mind that you're going to be, if you're playing against a ANS cap fleet, just keep in mind that you're going to be down on hull numbers, and you should probably be playing a bit more passively than you normally would with a cap fleet, just to make sure that you don't lose all your valuable ships early on.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. Not a whole lot else to say about this one. Pretty well built. The ships are really well done. Up next, we have... Where was that one? Here it is. We've got... Ember Squadron. Looks like a cap fleet from the little profile thing here. Let's see what we got. We have... and like an upgraded meat tug. Interesting. Sort of. Not a lot of reinforced stuff here. A lot of basic compartments in the core here. Ammunition, bridge master. 300 points. Yeah, it's pretty cheap for a thing. This is definitely going to outgun a gun sprinter if you find it. Just keep in mind that it's going to be a little bit fragile to missiles just due to all the regular small stuff in there. You've got one. Is this a swarm? Oh, it's a swarm. I completely misinterpreted this fleet. Okay. What do we have, actually? We've got... Is this...
Oh, it's a tugging gun.
Yeah, is this gun tug plasma monitors? Is that what this is? It
Yeah.
is. I see. All right, I see what you're doing. And then Mega Jam creature. Okay, I see. So the idea behind this one is that you have a bunch of gun tugs and some plasma monitors in the bunch to armor strip, and then the gun tugs can just shred the enemy apart with their 100 mil. All right, I've seen this done a couple times. Varying degrees of success. It takes a really skilled person to actually make this fleet work, considering how typically fragile the individual ships are compared to like a monitor swarm.
Yeah,
What's
but you
in
do
the
get that
monitors?
flexibility of all of the tugs are able-bodied capping assets as well as being a part of the front line. So
That
you
is
get to
true, yeah.
cap very effectively late game.
Let's see, what's actually in these monitors? Huntress, Pinpoint, Complex, Large, Rapid. Why are you overpower? What is different about you? Oh, Warbler, EO, Jammer. Okay, yeah, so you're running, looks like, pretty much Omni soft kill on this. You've got command jamming, you've got EO jamming, you've got regular jamming, and chaff. Yeah, so you should be pretty well defended with, from missiles of this fleet if you're managing your soft kill effectively. I also noticed that on most of these tugs, you do have scattered grazers here, which is really helpful for dealing with those hybrids that get through. Very, very nice. Yep. Yeah, no, that's a good idea. Basic CSC in here, regular drive, regular reactor, yeah. So the tugs are pretty, like, cheaply built just to get the numbers, I think. Yeah, 300 points per tug is pretty low investment, but honestly not the worst. Pretty good investment on them. ARR Huntress. Oh, you're running a Huntress on this jam tug.
Interesting.
How did you get the power for this? Boosted
Is it a
reactor.
boosted?
That's how, yep, that's a boosted
Yeah.
reactor. That's how you got the power for it. And you got a Pinpoint. All right, so this is your lock ship. I noticed you have 2 lock ships in here because you got a Huntress and Pinpoint on one of the monitors as well.
That's fair for redundancy and whatnot.
Yeah, no, I vibe with that. You're running sun drives on the monitors, which, yeah, you kind of need those to keep up with the tugs, but yeah, unfortunately, those are just going to go down really quickly.
Does leave you a bit more fragile.
Yep. 33.75 flank speed for the formation if they keep up with the monitors. That's pretty good for this type of thing. It's faster than any ANS frontline asset. And then you can split cap the monitors late game if you need to. Yeah, no, I vibe with this. I have never run a fleet with this sort of design before. I mostly run like heavier frontline ships rather than swarms. But that being said, I have seen fleets like this work really well before, and just based on a cursory look at this, they all seem very well built. You've got everything you need to like survive, return fire and missiles. You've got jamming on one of your tugboat escorts here, which is very nice to have for a swarm fleet like this. And then, yeah, the monitors are very useful too. Plasma, C90s on both is going to go a long way into punching up, allowing you to strip armor on capitals and get the 100 mil in. Yeah, very nice to see. Anything else you want to say about this fleet, Tethys?
No, looks good to me.
Yeah. Oh, all right. That's a plant control center in the big compartment.
Ooh, that's a bit sketch.
I see it. I think it's because it's the only place they had room for it compared to where the... actually, I would highly recommend swapping the PCC for that Rapid DC. Remember, Rapid DC lockers don't need to survive, but PCCs definitely do. And this compartment has a much smaller hitbox and is much more protected in the core of your ship.
Yep.
But other than that, I think that's really all I have to say about this. Very well done. I like it. Up next, this was Ember Squadron. What else? Ember. Oh, it's the Granch fleet. It's the Granchler. The Granchler's next. Can I click on it, please? Thank you. It's the Granchler, everyone, from Hit. Was it Dr. Seuss? Dr. Seuss IP, the Granch. We are double driving this. Thank you, Neko, for the ping. I could have sworn OBS turns off my ping notifications, but I guess it's not doing that today. Thank you, OBS, for being very cool. T20s, sidearms, complex reinforced front. Yeah, pretty standard. This is 450 liner you just used to like rush down poorly positioned capitals or support assets. Very nice.
Safari liner. It's cheap
Safari
enough and
liner.
independent enough that I can put it. I can use it to flank.
Are you running
unusual routes.
Are you running the Omni Softkill Jam escorts? Near Omni Softkill escorts.
Not quite Omni Softkill. I replaced the EO Softkill with a like a PD turret.
For bombs, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
That's fair. Looks like you have two of these. Act Command Val, S2s, and Act Wake Val for your SDMs. This is pretty. I think this is like exactly what I have in my MMTs in terms of munition count
I would be
and stuff.
surprised.
Like this is fair. This is fairly standard in terms of MMTs. Rapid, Aux, small, reinforced, bulk. Yep, this is on the cheaper end compared to mine, but fairly standard. And then we also have gun cappers here, sun drives on these. You're running sun drives and then a reinforced CIC and no restores. Interesting.
Correct. I have found they work, but
I see. I prefer
really
I prefer hard drives in my shuttles.
Yeah. The one thing I really like about sun drives is that it lets you get that cap lead early. Like you can cap it in.
That is fair. That's really the only downside to mine, is that I don't get there. I just kind of assume that ANS ships are typically slower than me, even when I'm not running a sun drive.
Yeah.
So I just go off of that assumption. And then, yeah, here are the jamming ships. These are You're running radars on these still.
Yes, the radars
turret.
spend most of the game off, but can be turned on if need be.
I see.
Also,
Actually,
it's nice to have both a Huntress and a Bridge Master in
that is true.
the formation.
You do have pinpoints, but yeah, that is also nice to have. Take a closer look at the Granchler. Do you want to explain the story behind the name?
The story is that it started out with a different fleet that was a carrier half cap that was named the Grinchler, and then from there I just changed one letter and called it a liner, I guess. Originally they were exactly the same fleet outside of replacing the carrier or the journeyman with a line ship.
Does it have ALS and Killjoys?
It does not have.
Technically, it has
much
Killjoys. It's got a
anti-craft on it.
container stack decoy launcher. Those are technically Killjoys.
Yeah, there are more active decoy than Killjoy, but yeah, this thing doesn't have the greatest missile defense on board. It does have quite a few AMMs though.
Doesn't need missile defense. You've got good DC. You got a complex storage, small, and a rapid. Yeah, you got good DC on this thing. Very well buffed.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't really need missile defense on this. You just eat the missiles.
Something like that.
You do block comms, missiles. You got 20 command AMMs. All right, that's nice, and some chaff. Yeah, this should be fine, especially for like a Safari liner that hides for most of the game and pops up. It's not going to be the focus of the enemy missile player's attention for the entire game. The MMTs are pretty standard. I like them. We already talked about the Sun Drive and the gun shuttles. You're also running the double T-20 Pavise gun shuttle build. I like this a lot just because it allows me to outgun gun corps, which is really funny to do, in a ship that costs like half the points.
Yeah.
Yeah, 180 points for a ship that can go one-on-one with an enemy gun shuttle is really funny. But other than that, I don't think there's really anything else to talk about with this one. Really well built.
Echo, you forget that one hybrid will still die to Pavise because it's a shuttle, and
That is
shuttle
true. There's
Pavise
only
20.
one aim point that hybrids do, and it's right into the Pavise. So yeah, the Pavise will most of the time just defend against that. But yeah, moving on. Up next, we have. I'm deleting the Grunchler. Get out of my list. Get out of my fleets.
No.
No, tragic. I'm so sorry. Skipping engineering's fleet, we're on to Pseudo Beam Sully by Dragon Ion. Ugh, I'm losing my mind. Pseudo Beam Sully is not a Beam Sully. It's an Axford and 2 Beamstones. Put one DD on the front, the other on the backpack, and pretend you're a grown-up Beam Sully. Features 1 Beam Axford and 2 supporting destroyers. Utilize cover in the mid to front line, showing your heavy cruiser first and then your destroyers last. When your destroyers can operate independently, your Axford may suffer. Or, sorry, while your destroyers can operate independently, your Axford may suffer. I see. I read that completely wrong. Let's see. Alright. Axford, Dragonfly, Whiplash... Dragonfly Whiplash as the drives. Basic CSC down there. Reinforced mag. Rapid DC. Dome walls. Defenders. Bullseye. Blanket on the other shoulder. Interesting. No chaff launcher on this thing. DC is rapid for reinforced and a large, which is really nice. Looks like you're running a fire suppression module in there as well. Mount gyros. 3 ammunition elevators, and only 1 FPA in this thing is kind of rough.
Yeah.
I would say minimum 2 if you're running beams.
Yeah.
Just because
on
of
Axfords, you can it shouldn't be that hard to get 3 FPAs on an Axford, so that's where I usually run.
What's your power gen at? You're at high power. You're running jamming, though, on this thing, and a parallax, which also takes away a lot of your power.
Yeah.
Let's hold that thought. Let's look at the other ships here. We have First Destroyer. The Destroyers are double FPA'd. Flak, Defenders, Jamming, Bullseye, PCC in the nose. Can we get away with that? Okay, you can remove that PCC.
Yeah,
Interesting.
don't put a PCC there if you don't need it, especially because right now, I think if you lose a reactor, the PCC won't keep you at full power. And also, obviously, if you have power issues, you can always turn off your radar. You can turn off a lot of things that PD to manual.
Tathis is right. This will save you 30 points in a really fragile compartment that you don't want to lose. I'm assuming these are fairly similar. Yeah, they're the same point cost. I'm assuming these are identical. Yep, so you can save 60 points right off the bat by just removing the PCCs. Sorry, more than... They're 25 now? I thought they were 30. Did that get changed?
No, I think they've always been 25.
Am I losing my mind? I think I gaslit myself into thinking that they were 30 points. Interesting. The Destroyers, double reinforced DC and a rapid. Yep, fairly standard stuff for that. You do have some empty compartments here you can work with. Maybe put in some rapid DC or whatever if you feel like it. Yeah, you don't really need to. Your integrity is max. The Axford, you're running a lot of ammunition elevators for this gun here. I also noticed that you're running gun plotting centers for 2 barrels of 450, which is not really the most point-effective investment.
Yeah, it feels like you're way over investing into a secondary weapon while ignoring your primary, which is
Right.
usually not how you want to do it, because obviously the 450 is a class 4 mount. It's not going to have the output of the beam no matter what you do, so you might as well buff the thing that's more powerful to start with.
Right. What I would personally do for this fleet, I would remove the Mark 66, remove all the buff modules, use the points and power to get maybe 1, maybe 2 FPAs. I would use these big mounts that you now have open to mount missiles instead. Your Axford already has 3 programming channels by base, so you can run like more expensive low salvo size missiles and still be fine without buffing them a whole lot. And you can also run SDMs too then. Your point defense setup is pretty good here. Defenders and Stonewalls is very strong on an Axford, and you're running them in formations with other ships that have Stonewalls as well. Keep in mind that these defenders on the... Did I say Pavis for the Axford? I probably did. I just realized. But keep in mind that defenders are really going to only defend the ship that they're mounted on. They do not have the accuracy to guard ships nearby. Only Flak can really do that. Blanket,
Yeah.
Bullseye. Yeah, the destroyers are pretty... The destroyers are pretty decently built. They've got everything you need in them to have a good destroyer. It's really the Axford, I think, is the big thing for this fleet that I'm noticing probably needs a bit of modification.
I would also recommend the Mark 65. It does have better DPS than the Mark 66, and since you're, already going to be fighting in closer ranges, you'll see much better overall numbers out of the Mark 65.
That is
cheaper.
true, yes. You could probably get away with doing that if you want to run ballistics.
And I've just generally on Beamfords, Mark 65 secondaries tend to be pretty effective. But
Right.
that and Pit Bosses are like the 2 places where they're actually the
Useful.
best choice.
And as I'm looking at this, and my instinct is to just run missiles on the Axford, right?
Yeah, but
Have a support weapon
that's
for
really
to, yeah. It's a very interesting concept fleet because these beamstones can be separated later on to defend points. Axford is an interesting choice here. I'm almost looking at this thinking of just do like an independent gun Axford for like 1.55k points.
Yeah.
And just run these
That could also
independently defending caps or something. But
As
yeah,
a pair of bullies and then the Axford could work pretty well. I
Right.
can see that.
but then again, yeah, I'm also looking at this and I'm seeing your idea is to have a pseudo beam just battleship and just have this on one spot. But then like I would have to ask, why not just bring a beam BB, right? Because you can do
Yeah.
the same thing you're doing here for much cheaper. You can have the 4 or 5 FPAs in a single ship and just be fine. You don't have to worry about having a bunch of them in different hulls. I guess
Yeah,
the
'cause a
idea
beam
is that you
battleship
can
usually like 2.3-ish K, and we'll get much better DPS than this. So
I guess the idea is you have the beamstones you can split off later, but my argument is why don't you just split them off to begin with and already have them guarding cap points? Yeah, beam destroyers, pushing into enemy frontline and beam destroyers can be pretty painful. Even with like jamming in support, it's kind of rough just due to how fragile destroyers are by default. Their drives are very vulnerable. They have a very large hitbox. You lose the beam on the front, your ship is kind of done. You have no armor, your speed and maneuverability is pretty bad because of the keystone hull, which is why people typically play beamstones defensively, because you kind of negate all of the downsides of the hull while making the advantages of the beam more prevalent. Jamming, you could also probably get away, if you're running this as a formation, you could also probably get away with moving the jammer off the Axford if you're low on power. You already have 2 jammers on the keystones, which is pretty effective. 3 is definitely going to hide you a lot better, but I mean, at close range, yeah, maybe you want the third. I'm trying to, like, look at this and figure out, like, ways to improve it, but...
Wait, what are the Axford's drives?
Ashford is running Big Dragon Small Whip.
Interesting. In that case, I guess jamming would work pretty well for you. Although I would say move the jamming from the Axford onto the destroyers, because putting a jammer on your ship is 15% bigger radar signature, which makes you harder to hide under jamming. So putting the jammers on the smallest base radar sig you can is how you usually want to do it.
Right. The destroyers just don't have the power to run an extra jammer, though, is the problem I think that they're running into.
Yeah, well, you can power crunch.
Yeah. Because I'm looking at this fleet, and I think the issue here is, like, conceptually this fleet is a little weird, because if you're playing this as one cluster, you can do it much better as a beam battleship, and if you're using these destroyers to guard points, you can do that much better just having them be independent and then making this Axford do something different.
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong, like, the ships themselves are really well built for what you're trying to do, but I think just, like, conceptually this fleet is a little bit in a weird spot just due to what it's trying to do.
Yeah.
Rain's Masquerade backpack? I mean, you could do that and just set it to...
I mean,
as soon as you start firing the 450 or the beam, everyone's instantly gonna know what the fuck you are. So,
yeah, like the Masquerade is a fun little thing, but if you're playing against somebody who's at all decent at figuring out the caliber of shells coming out of it, or you fire the beam, it just instantly becomes useless.
The 450 looks like a Rains because it's 2 shots decently far apart.
yeah, but if you're paying attention to where the shells are coming from, you can see that they're on the same side of the ship is the problem.
Exactly, and also 450 is twice the size of 250.
Right.
So...
If you're trying to convince someone that this was a range, you need a shell to come from here, and then a shell to come from, like, here is the problem.
Yeah. Realistically, the only time I've seen Masquerades be decent is battleships that have a Mark 66, a Mark 68, and a beam on them on the front side, and you set it as an Axford Masquerade, make yourself look like a Gunford, and then you walk up and beam something.
Right. I think with that, I think we're going to move on from this fleet. Very interesting concept. I think if you work with the concept a bit more, change the ships around, I think you can make it work. But my, like, gut instinct is to just say, run a beam battleship if you want to run frontline beams.
Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna go get lunch, so have fun.
Alrighty. Thanks for joining me.
Thank you.
Alright, Tethys is dead. It's time to make a volley chan bigger. Oop. There we go. Alright, up next, we have Rocket Allen Half Cap. Okay. Interesting. This was sent in by Spy Eye here. Yeah, definitely one of their fleets. There's the Sensitive Femboy Shark. It wouldn't be a Spy Eye fleet without it. Alright, what do we have on this Rocket Allen? Sundrive, double Sundrive. Rockets on the bottom. Oh, I see. Alright, so rockets on the side. Do these ones have arc? Or are these for, like, dealing with ships that get around you, I'm assuming, at a different angle? Yeah, so something you can do with Rocket Allens is you don't put any rockets on one side, you just have them on one side, and that makes the roll order not freak out and break itself. So Rocket LN for Alpha Strike, this thing cost 1.3k-ish points, is very fast. DC, we have a complex, a storage, and 3 smalls. Yeah, pretty standard stuff. RL-36 can't obelisk. Can't? Oh, can't obelisk. Yeah, so yeah, no, you can only really put them on one side if you want the roll to work. RL-36s don't have any depression to their to their arcs. So pointing directly, if the enemy is like above you, you can only fire one side at a time, unfortunately. But that's what they're doing, so this should work pretty well. Don't need any really buff modules for this thing since you're not running guns. But yeah, a nice little, I would say cheap, but not really. It's a 1.3k asset, but it can absolutely just obliterate a capital if you want to. This fucking boy wife. It's a plank boss. Sun Drive, Yard Drive, Reinforced CIC, Huntress. You have a pinpoint on the side. Chaff Launcher in 3 T-30s. Very nice for defending cap points. The only thing that can really break this that ANS has in their cap fleets are Beamstones and Torpedo Corvettes. Or maybe a Pit Boss if you're still running that. But a very nice defensive asset to have. And I'm assuming the rest of these are just gun shuttles, right? Yeah, with very awesome names. I see what we're doing. Reinforced CIC, small DC, reinforced mag, regular drive. Ammunition elevators can work. A bit of a point investment, but they can still work. Looks like these are all... This one is cheaper because it doesn't have ammunition elevators, I see. Well, it's not every day you see rocket liners. I love these things. These things are so fun. Yep, and then just... very scary as an arming missile. Chaff, the big chaff, very nice to see on liners. I'm curious, I'm assuming that these ones here at, like, the bottom and the front are for, like, if the enemy gets a bad angle to the main ones on the side? I'm assuming that's what it is. That has to be what it is, right? Because I know that rocket launchers behave really weirdly when you try to roll the ship. The boy wife is a nice touch here for defending cap fleets. I'm going to just say that. I'm not even going to say the monitor. I'm just going to say the boy wife. Why the fuck would I not? Let's see your DC setup looking like. A complex. Yep, that's really all you need on a plank boss. And then, yeah, the gun shuttles for running around and contesting points is also very nice. How many of these you have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. 6 of them is very strong. Yeah, a very nice cap fleet. I don't really have anything else to say about this other than to question the mounts for the rockets on the liner just a little bit, just due to how rockets do. They're just there for more rockets. The arcs do get a bit wacky at times, but if you get the main salvo out, you have all day to roll for the other launchers. Fair enough. Okay, that's fair enough. I wonder, because I'm thinking about, like, other liner hulls. I wonder if any of the other liner hulls would have these rocket launchers at better spots for getting all the rockets on target. I'll probably try and fix the mounts. Oh, that's fair. You can save quite a lot of points by just... I actually do like having the extra rockets on this thing, though, for, like, if a shuttle or, like, a sprinter gets behind you, you can salvo off one of the small ones instead of wasting your mega salvo. How many rockets do you actually have? 144, 72, 40... Nope. 142... I'm not doing the math on that. Over 200 rockets? Yeah, that's usually enough. Double sun drive, fairly standard for a ship like this. These drives are going to go down really quickly, though, so just be careful. 216, thank you. I'm not in university anymore. I do not have to do math until next fall. That's how it works. I'm done doing math for now. All right. Up next, how many more do we have to get through? Rocket Ellen, half cap, we have 4 here. I know that Levy sent in an updated version of this one here. I'm gonna go ahead and delete this one and download the corrected version really quickly here before we move on. We have 4 here. 5, 6, 7 more to do. I am going to go ahead and put a bar in here. We'll stop submissions for this particular stream. STG, can you pick one of these fleets instead of sending in both? I'll probably only get to one of them today. and you can send in the other one next week. Let me get done with the ones I have loaded, and then I can download the rest that I want to do for today. If you're downloading more fleets, can you yoink Firepower Overwhelming and load OBL? I'm still probably leaning no on that. Like I said, even if I did load OBL, I know nothing about it. I couldn't really... Because the point of this whole thing is me reviewing your fleets, giving you critiques on how to improve them, how to change them, what I like about them. For OBL, I wouldn't really know what to say about it. And that's kind of the problem with the OBL fleets. Maybe one day I'll figure out how to do OBL, but not right now, unfortunately. Alright. Railroad Spike is up next with Fine, I Give Up 1. This looks like a CL Beamstone cap fleet. Let's see what we got. We have a gun cruiser here. Nearly 1,000 points, just 8 points over. I can take them off altogether if you want to get off sooner. I was a bit late with the submissions. It's fine. You can just pick one, and I'll get through at least one of them today. We've been going for about 3 hours. I can go for a little bit more. It's fine. Anyway, back to this. Gun CL, Big Raider, Small Whip, pretty standard. Ammunition elevators, Parallax. Only 3 ammunition elevators in this? Yep, only 3. Fender, small DC or DC setup is 3 smalls, a rapid, and a reinforced. Fairly standard. Damage control central down there. Yep, this is a pretty standard gun CL setup. A nice little sweeper asset for dealing with enemy cappers. It also looks like it's being escorted by a jam escort. We'll have to get to that later. Up next, this is called Male Wife. This is the escort. We have Floodlight Blanket, Bullseye, and SDM launchers. I see. They're called Malboro Reds. That's fucking funny. Basic CIC, reinforced mag, small DC for a little escort. That is fine enough. Beamstone, Raider, micro double FPA, pretty standard stuff for the back of the ship here. What's the DC setup looking like? Reinforced, 1 small and 1 rapid. Yep. 380 normal for a Beamstone. We are running double defender blanket on the top. DLS on the bottom. We are a bit overpower on this. What is taking up all that power? Oh, radar drive. That's what's doing it. No power generation from the drive will do that. Radar drive is nice. It means you won't be able to fire your PD while you have the offensive stuff going, but that's not usually too big of a concern. We have a gun capper, 2 gun cappers, 3 gun cappers, and a nearly empty cap shuttle here with a standard drive. No whiplash on that. Take a look at the gun cappers really quickly. These are all... One of them is 10 points more expensive. Interesting. Let's see if I can spot the difference between them. There it is. One of them has a Mark 61 instead of a Mark 62. Yep, found the difference. Yippee. You can save 10 extra points on this one, too, if you want to go with the smaller one. You can invest in maybe some more stuff on some of the other ships, but, yeah, this works. 3 gun cappers. We have 2 types of AMMs, chaff and an arming missile. Why are we naming all of these missiles after cigarettes? Interesting tactic. Bing, Bongo, and Bingus are the names of the cappers. This one you just literally smash to the keyboard a bunch of times. I think you just... Yeah, you just smash the keyboard a bunch of times with this one. Then we have Male Wife and Buff Gun Frigs. I see the name. I see it. Why do you know that they're named after cigarettes? I am old enough to smoke. I don't smoke. I know what cigarettes are. I know what cigarettes are. I'm allowed to know what cigarettes are. What are you talking about? But yeah, it's a ANS cat fleet that's very heavily invested on the sort of, sweeper and defense assets here. A Beamstone and a gun gun CL is gonna take up most of your points here. You did make room for some gun cappers here and a cringe capper. You're going to be very limited on the amount of small, light, fast ships you have. The CL can do that pretty well, but if it gets into a close range engagement with like the enemy front line, it's going to go down really quickly. If he has ammo elevators, he should swap for the Mark 62 since ammo elevators is 20% versus 30% on the 62. Did they have ammo elevators in here? No, these things do not have ammo elevators in them. Your liner pair ambushes you, yeah. So you got to be very careful. For this type of cat fleet, it's going to be very good if you're very careful about not losing your ships. As if you start losing your ships, you do not have the numbers to replace them, which is typically what ANS cat fleets typically look like nowadays. You really want these big, or especially on main branch. On PTB, it's definitely going to be a lot different with the nerfs to the prices on a lot of OSP ships that were typically put into cat fleets, but yeah. Other than that, it's a very nice fleet here. I like the CL Beamstone in a cat fleet while still having some assets, some light assets is very nice to see. But yeah, other than that, I think we move on to the next one. That was fine, I give up. Next, I think, is Levy's He's Coming fleet. Nope, never mind, it's 4 Drives Reborn. 3 cats. Another ping. Thank you, OBS, for muting my pings. Why are you doing this? Why is it not muting my pings? I have OBS open. Discord. Discord is actually dying right now. 4 Drives Reborn. This one, it was sent in by 3 cats. Hello, Levy. Goodbye, Levy. That was... Give it up for Levy, everyone. Woo! Anyway, Runic Silly is I'm assuming it's a quad drive beam battleship. Yep, double Whiplash Raider Dragonfly. I'm curious on how they swung the energy for this, considering that it's not even power cringed. I may or may not have fat figured that one. It's all good. We are running... Uh-oh, there's the frontline radar. I'm already seeing the effects of having 4 drives in this thing. 9 reinforced DC lockers is definitely a decision. That gives you 9 restores, 18 teams, which is quite a lot for a BMBB. Pretty nice. 1.5 on the 20 mil. We are running 3 FPAs instead of 4. Once again, I'm seeing the little downgrade there. You had to go to get the quad drive to work. We are also running Comms Jammer. VLS2, I'm assuming you have... Wait, you have how... Oh, hangars there. Okay, I see it. You are running SDMs, active decoys, and 3 killjoys. You've also got some chaff and... chaff and a... What? Arming missile? Why? Just put a seeker on it. 35 slug for your halberds. 20 millimeter. Yep, I'm assuming the halberds is what's giving you your radar. I'm assuming these have internal radar. No, it's double gun. Whoa. Interesting. You didn't even bother to rename the loadout. Okay, I see how it is. Double gun 35 slug halberds for defending against bombers, I'm assuming, is what that's supposed to be doing. Very interesting. You also put all your FPAs in the front here, where they're all going to die to a single torpedo. I don't think a torpedo actually breaks these, but 450 definitely will. Reinforced in the front. Citadel in the front. Is it double CIC'd is the thing? Yeah, we got to reinforce CIC somewhere in here. Assuming back here. Yep, back there. The internals on this thing are pretty good. I would definitely probably forego the 3rd drive to, or the 4th drive to run more FPAs is what I would definitely try. But yeah, you can make the 4 drive work. You get insane, 31.5 meters per second flank speed on a beam battleship is really silly. I love this. The escorts, are these in formation? They are not. These are independent on deploy. It's a torpedo corv. A torpedo corv in my beam battleship fleet? It's more likely than you think. Basic CAC, reinforced DC, aux steering, and reinforced mag. Alright, pretty decent loadout, I guess, for this. Command only on the Pilums is, I guess, I'm assuming this is a point-saving thing. Cork, cold launch, good, 3.5. Wow, okay, good maneuver. Yep, very good torpedoes. If you get these on target, those will definitely hit. Reinforced DC and a Torp Corp, especially next to a basic CIC, is a bit of an investment, but you can make it work. 315, not that bad. And then we have the world's cheapest gun corvette. I feel like calling this a gun corvette is an insult to gun corvettes. Reinforced DC on this thing as well. For how cheap this is, you really don't need that. Interesting. I like the Torp Corvette. The Torp Corvette. This is advanced A-capper. I see. Okay, interesting. The battleship, personal preference is I would just run it 3-drive and just get the power to run 4 FPAs, but honestly, I think the 3-drive can work. 3 FPAs is still very strong, especially against OSP ships that don't really have the armor for you to burn through. The only thing that you'll really be experiencing pain against is probably monitors with only 3 FPAs. But you can probably make it work. You can outrun monitors in this, definitely, with the 3-drive, which is kind of funny. But not a whole lot else to say about this thing. Actually, no, scratch that. PD on this thing is a bit interesting. We're running only defenders, no flak. No flak at all. I typically like to have stonewalls on these mounts here, mount 5 and 9. Just because of, like, rocket strikes and stuff. Having a little bit of flak will absolutely chew through rockets. You also have no escorts for this thing, which can be a little bit rough. I guess you do have the hangars with the 35 halberds, though. These are very interesting. I tried to run these on one of my Axfords a while back for point defense, and it did not work at all, and they got killed instantaneously, but... Now I'm really curious. I'm really curious to see how effective these actually are. Very, very interesting. All reinforced DC lockers. 9 reinforced DC lockers is also very based of you to do. This thing is going to be super tanky for 2.47. That's really good. No backup antenna is going to be a little bit rough. You're not going to be able to receive tracks from allies, but, I mean, you're a close-range ship, so it doesn't really... Check the amount of small workshops. Yeah, what do we have in here? That looks like a small workshop in DC Central. There's a Central... and a workshop. Yep, it's a Central and a workshop, which is typically what I run on my gun BBs, but I think I would definitely run double workshop instead of the complex, or sorry, the Central. Just for beam repair. Also, what is this PCC doing up top? Can we talk about that? If that goes down, you're instantly overpowered. The amount of cringing this thing is doing to get all of these things within the power limit is very silly. Huh. I mean, you can make this work. I think there's ways to improve it. I think that going quad drive is interesting on a Beam BB, but I think that it's probably best to do triple and just have the power to run things. Or run more things. But other than that, yeah, it's very well built other than that. Actually, how many mount gyros do you have? Uh-oh. No mount gyros? No mount gyros on a beam battleship is how you die. You need mount gyros on this thing immediately. Anything else? Killjoys, SDMs, those are nice. You got anti-decoys on this thing as well, which is also pretty neat. I think other than that, not a whole lot else to say about this one. I think we are going to move on. Engineering. In the future, I'd rather you not, like, advertise things in my chat while I'm streaming, just in the future. Hello, Levy. Welcome back. You joined just in time. I'm assuming you were waiting for your fleet to come up.
I need to explain the creature.
You need to explain the creature. I see. We need to turn your volume up because you are very quiet today.
It's my mic. It's not very loud. It doesn't pick up a lot.
I see. Alright. That was Forge Rise Reborn. We are on to He's Coming, and this is the correct version of the fleet. Alright, explain the creature.
In one of your past streams, there was a monitor missile fleet, and either you or Neko suggested, can you just put this on one liner? So I did.
I see. Yeah, it's a missile liner, alright. Jarvis remove his balls? That's what you need. Oh no. Alright, what missiles do we have? We have 103 Jerichos, which are SAR H, A Radval. Ooh, A Radval with SAR H. Interesting tech. It's going to make them immune to chaff. They're set to reject unvalidated targets, so they will only go for ones that have a radar val signature. That might be rough because if the enemy shuts down their radar enough, these will ignore those ships, where if you keep it as except, I think there might be a chance that you can get... Sorry, I have to think about this. I think you'd probably be better setting this to accept unvalidated targets, because it'll prioritize validated targets, but if you don't have a validated target, it'll still go for something, and that might be a ship that you're illuminating. Whereas, if it's set to reject and you're illuminating a ship, they'll just ignore it completely, rather than maybe going for it, I think. Can someone fact check me on that? I don't know if that's true. But anyway, yeah, stark contrast is the LN here with the missiles. Bridgemaster, large DC storage, 2 smalls, and a rapid. Don't really need a whole lot of DC. This thing is not meant to be on the front line. 1 ammunition elevator for reloading the launchers. I see, very nice. And then 2 lighthouses. I see you have 1 on the back and 1 on the front on that really good arc, really good platform that has really good arcs. These are all direct, which is no surprise considering there's SAR H. Charitable Benefactor is also here in the fleet. This is a 1,500 points, little over. Acello here. We are running Whiplash Radar Drive as the setup. Small DC, RCIC, large. Actually, we should just scroll down to the DC settings. What do we have on this thing? 1 large, 1 small, and 2 reinforced. I'm assuming the reinforced are in the front. Yep, behind an aux steering and a damage control central. Basic CIC in the top, and you have a reinforced CIC in the core. Yep, fairly standard Acello build here. Sarissas, 2 Sarissas, 2 Auroras, and some jamming, and a bullseye. We saw how effective these jammers on Acellos are earlier today in that match, where my battleship was just unable to engage a couple of Acellos for the entire match, mostly. A very nice piece of tech you can use. The small Raider... What do you get for the big Raider? It's your buffs... 30... Oh, you're still getting the linear thrust buff of the large Raider, so very nice to see. Whiplash, yep, you're getting your top speed increased as well, so a very maneuverable Acello here. Scryer and a Parallax will round out, like, the sensor stuff on this thing. And how many ammo elevators are we running? Only 2. Unfortunate. I'm assuming you had to do micro-reactors. Yeah. Only 2 ammunition elevators is a bit rough. Got good firing time, but your fire rate's not going to be a whole lot. I'm assuming this is more just a support ship for the missile liner then, right?
Yeah, the idea is that while the Acello is engaging the front line, the liner pokes out, dumps its missiles, and then it has the Acello jamming things, so it's harder to intercept.
I see. All right. The Acela, does the Acela have an illuminator too? No, just a bullseye and a blanket. You do have illuminators on the liners. Just keep in mind that you have to keep the liner out of cover enough to get those illuminators on target. Also, I should mention, you can bow tank with this liner if you put a bunch of reinforced stuff in the nose. You have a storage in the nose. You can replace that with like an complex potentially to bow tank more effectively. This liner is pretty well built. It's a little bit on the cheap side to make room for the missiles, I'm assuming. Yeah. Bulk internal hangar. What are we running? Do you have any... Oh, you have one hangar. I see. 3 pikes. These are EO and illuminators. All right, for getting tracks and also illuminating ships. All right, I see it. Single pad for the pike. EO ball better than the bullseye. Yep, nope, I see that. That's pretty fair. So your salvo size is 4 times 7 is 28.
And then there's 103 missiles because it perfectly works out.
I see. Fair enough. Not a whole lot else to say about this. Did I miss anything? This fleet? The ships are very well built independently. It's very interesting seeing like a missile dump ship next to a frontliner, but the tactics that you describe, it makes sense to me how you'd use them. The Acela is really well built, so even if the liner fails to do its job, you still have something to work with, and vice versa. If you get cored on the Acela, you still have the missile thing to use. Interesting. I think the only thing I noticed is you might want to play around with having the SAR H set to accept unvalidated targets, because I think that means that it might home in on a target that it has being illuminated, potentially.
Yeah.
Rather than, yeah,
What-
just completely ignoring everything that doesn't have a radar.
Yeah, one of the things is just making sure that they just don't have time to react with the jammer.
I see. Fair enough. Welp. I think that one's it for He's Coming. I think what we're going to do next is I'm going to go on another 3-minute ad break. I'm going to cross my fingers and hope that it works this time, because apparently it hasn't been, and I will see you all in 3 minutes. Alright, hopefully back from that ad break that hopefully happened. I swear if it didn't. I'm not even sure what I'm doing wrong. Like, I click the buttons. I click the buttons and it should work, but it doesn't. Alright, anyway. Up next, we have Surrender CL plus Caps in 2. This one was sent in by... I have no idea. Why isn't this one showing up? Was this sent in by Lark? Is this Lark's fleet? This is descended from the fleet that showed up in the 2 Incense versus DTSC video. I'm not sure where this one came from. Did I miss this one? I completely missed this one. I skipped over Hallow's fleet completely. Oh no. I'm so sorry, Hallow. I completely missed this one. Oh no. Oh dear. We're just gonna pretend that I did them in order, and I'm successful at doing this. This is a Surrender CL plus half cap. Yep. There's a Surrender CL, and these are the half caps. These Flak Defender Corvettes, these were on the match on Yukon. My MMT missiles could not get through these. Like, you just absolutely clowned on my MMT salvos completely. I need to do this. This looks actually tech. Mark 62, Reinforced Mag, Basic. These all the same. One of them is a little bit cheaper, and the other one... we're missing an AMM on this one, I see. And then we also have a Flak Escort for the CL, I'm assuming. Yep. Let's see. All right, so Surrender CL. What missiles do we have? Sorry, I lost my train of thought there. Hyper-V, Type E, Preacher, all S3H. These are all direct. No cruise on this. All right, so it's a direct CL. I'm seeing some HEKP down here, some HEI up here. Yep, so various missile types for various uses. Very nice to see on a missile fleet. You've got a little bit of everything for a little bit of anything that gets thrown at you. Spotlights for getting through jamming. Nope, spotlights for illuminating missiles. Yep, we have some SAR-H. Let's take a look at what missiles we have. Night Dances are the AMMs. These are standard Blast Frag EL, ACT, extended, steerable ones. These are pretty standard built. I'm assuming these are your arming missiles. Yep. Throw a brick at your face emoji. Very nice names. Preachers are S3H, Command Wake, direct. These ones are set. Oh, these are anti-craft munitions. All right, I should have noticed the HE frag. Yep, these are super good at dealing with swarms of bombers. Very nice to see. Going after craft only. I'm assuming you manually fire these then, using Z-Prio. Top speed, burn duration. Yep, fairly standard. Hyper-V is the first of our offensive missiles. Here we have ACT, ARAD, Val. Not ACT, ARAD. ARAD, using the accept on validated targets like I was talking about. I think that's probably better because I think there is a chance that if it doesn't see a target with the ARAD Val, it will still stage on what is potentially might be a ship, as opposed to it ignoring everything that doesn't have a radar. Hardened Skin for getting past AMMs and point defense. Direct, no terminals, HEI. This is one of the cheaper ones in the fleet by the looks of it. Yep. Burn duration, we're going for, yep, fairly standard there. And then top speed for direct S3H. Yep, fairly standard. Hyper K looks like the same seeker loadout as the other one, except this one is HEKP instead. A little bit of tuning. Is this the same setup on the... I see. These are supposed to be for mixed salvos, I believe. Yep. I'm assuming you mix in a couple HE-shaped and a couple HEKP against, say, like liners or Acellos. Very nice. Hyper K Mod D is a decoy modification. I see. Very nice naming convention. Mod J would be jamming. Nope. Mod J is also the same. I'm assuming these aren't supposed to be... I'm assuming this is supposed to be either self-screening jammer or BSSJ. Hey, you save points by doing the jamming. Mod J is supposed to be BSSJ. Okay, yeah, I figured. It's fine. This is why we do the fleet review, for finding little mistakes like this. I'm assuming these Hyper K salvos, these are your anti-Acello salvos then. Hyper K Mod J, BSSJ for jamming out enemy point defense. Hyper V Type E is EO modification, very nice. SAR H is set to accept unvalidated targets. EO is going to be a very useful validator. No terminals on this one either. Same engine configuration as the other ones. So I'm assuming these are all supposed to be the same tuning so that you can fire them. Yeah, I'm assuming these are... Ah, I see what we're doing. We have the cheaper ones, and then we have the more expensive ones, and you can mix and match them because they all have the same engine config. So you can just do custom salvos of whatever you want. I see what the tech is. And so the Type E's are the EO validated one. The SAR H weaves because of mid-angle, and all missiles have the same tuning, so they can be mixed and matched. Yep. That is a little bit of tech you can do. Minimum angle is a very interesting... Yeah, missile tech is very strange. I'm still wrapping my head around it myself, but yeah, that is a little bit of a tech you can do because of the SAR H. Yeah, and all these missiles seem very standard to me. The Type E's are the ones that have the EO designator. Type E Mod D is the EO Val decoys. Type E Mod J. This one actually has the correct pin 8 in it. Missile tech feels like a cult. Yep, it really is, isn't it? Yeah. The missiles all make sense to me. These are very nice missiles to have. You have a little bit of everything. You can mix and match them as per your discretion. You have a lot of HEKP, a lot of HE-shaped here. These are for cracking the big targets. And you fit all of this into a, not even a 3K asset. You still have cap ships that you can use to secure objectives and flank around and run around the map. Yeah, very nice fleet here. I love seeing... I like missile tech a lot. You'll notice that most of my fleets, I don't run like pure missile. I run missile and then something else is what I like to run. Just, I'm bad with missiles, so having something else as a backup is really nice for me because I suck at the game. But yeah, no, I vibe with this. The missile tech on this, the missiles, I really like the types of missiles that you have. You have the anti-bomber missiles, which is nice to have in a ship like this. And then you have, yeah, a little bit of everything. Lots of mixed salvos you can do with this. You have all of your mounts, your VLSs filled, so you've got a lot to work with. DC is pretty heavy, actually, on a backline ship like this, although it is a direct fire CL, so you will likely be under fire when launching. But, other than that, easiest missile tech, Control C, Control V. That is if you don't want to do mixed salvos. I'm definitely of the opinion that if you want to do a good missile fleet, your missile thing should look like this. Completely incomprehensible. You have 20 billion types of missiles, and no one other than you has any idea how it works. That's a proper missile fleet right there. I think that was the last one I had loaded. Yep. But next, we have Larks, Duelist CL, and 4TC meme fleet. And STGs, I don't need locks. 2 Mod 2 are the 2 last ones we have for today. I think I'm going to get through these fleets, and then we're going to go into one final match to wrap up the stream today, and then I will probably call it after that. Let's see, Duelist CL 4TC is the first one. I already see what this is supposed to be. We have a battleship, gun battleship here. Dreams Just Out of Reach is a really good name for a battleship. I really vibe with that. I love seeing people figure out cool names for their ships. I'm not doing a 6-hour stream today. I have family plans tonight. Ooh, crazy. You're running... This is a 2.2k gun BB. All right, so a little bit on the cheaper side. We are running quad drive here. Raider, Dragonfly, Raider, Whiplash. All right, double Raider, Whiplash, Dragonfly is very nice. Lots of good buffs there. Parallax Radar. 2 small, 3 reinforced gives you 5 restores and 10 teams, which is... That's where your points are coming from. All right. I'm assuming you built this cheap because I see what this is over here. Yeah, this is 700 points. So yeah, definitely on the cheap side of a BB. You can make this type of thing work, but you won't have the survivability of, no, not even you know how it works. Enemy can't anticipate you if you don't know what you're doing. There you go. Incomprehensible missiles are the way to go. Like I said, you won't be able to, like, survive. Wait, where's your point defense? Oh, is it just one side PD? Oh, it's a broadsider. Okay. So no PD on one side, all the PD on the other side, broadside BB tech. Okay. I see what we're going for here. With Double Raider, you can probably make that work, although you want to be at range, but I'm assuming that's what this thing's for. You're running double gun plotting, 5 ammunition elevators, fairly standard buff modules on the guns. You are running chaff decoy, active decoys, no SDMs on this thing. Interesting. On the CL, I already know what's in this thing. This is a quad TC CL. Yep. Quad TC and adaptive radar receiver. Oh, that's incredibly based. We are running standard drives. There's the spyglass and some of the track correlators. What is in the VLS-3? Bomber Bane, we're running 5 anti-bomber S3H, command wake. Take a look at those really quickly. Hold launch, burn duration, top speed. Yep, this is typically how you kind of build them. Hold gas bottle is a very nice thing to have in a missile like this. Very good, very well built. Flak as well. So flak support for the BB as well. I'm assuming these are in formation. No, they're not in formation. Interesting. Huh. Yeah, no, this is definitely the, descended from the, the two ensigns versus DTSC video. We saw the CL and we're like, I mean, I think the only thing that player did wrong in that video was rush the A point with this. If you play this at range with the CL, you can probably do very good with this. What are we running in? Fire suppression, microreactors. Yeah, you can run a bunch of microreactors in here because you don't need the track correlator spots. You can quad drive it pretty well. I'm assuming that's the idea, is you quad drive the battleship and don't need to use the buff modules for track correlators. You can use microreactors instead. But yeah, keep in mind that although this is very funny, you can also do TC Spy with a destroyer. I don't think you can run the adaptive radar receiver, but if you want to make this a bit cheaper, you can make this a destroyer. I'd scrunch points by making the CL a DD. Yeah. You can definitely make it cheaper by making that a destroyer instead. But all in all, yeah, very funny fleet. You're running very low on the DC on the BB, which means that if it has to push in later in the game, it will be very vulnerable compared to other BB builds. But an extra 109 points. I mean, points of chaff. No, we're not putting chaff. No, no. Make it, literally just put more DC in this thing. Make this a destroyer, put more DC in this thing, and you've got a really good fleet. People actually run the quad TC Spy destroyer often. I see it a lot, actually. It's actually pretty good. Up next, last fleet for today, we have I Don't Need Locks 2 Mod 2. This one is STG's fleet. Yep. And this is the last one we were going to do today, and then we will move on to a match to end the stream. But for now, this is I Don't Need Locks. We have Whip, Dragonfly as the drives in this Axford. Looks like a bow on, 450 Axford here. Rebounds, defenders, spotlight on the nose, VLS on the bottom, very nice. I Don't Need Locks makes me think that this is a spyglass. Yep, quad TC Spy, Axford, very nice to see. 3 rapids, a small, a large, and a reinforces your DC is very strong on a, how expensive is this? Whoa, that is a 4TC Spy Axford with that DC setup for less than 1.5k. How did you do this? Where did the points go? No stone walls, I think, is the big one that I see first. Not a lot of buff modules as well. RCCs, remember, RCCs no longer buff rebounds. I would definitely probably swap that to a 4th ammo elevator. Other than that... Yeah, it's belt fed now, so you can't buff rebounds with RCCs anymore. Yeah, it was a change that was made when Craft became more vulnerable to flak. They buffed the base stats of the rebound, but then made it unbuffable by RCCs. And so that was the trade-off. But the idea is that you make it better on smaller ships, so you don't really need the buff modules to make it good. It's just good by default. But yeah, I would definitely swap that RCC with a 4th ammunition elevator. Let's see. Reinforced magazine in the front. Are we double magging? Or is that the only one? We have a reinforced mag right behind it as well. Citadel CIC. I would recommend, you don't really need a Citadel CIC in this Axford. You can probably make that a reinforced and put it somewhere here. This compartment here, compartment 4, makes a really good magazine spot compared to being in the front like this. I know this is good for soaking damage, but you can put an aux steering there for 10 points. RDC in the front. Large DC in the front is also a bit rough because it has low health. You want to go bow on with this Axford because you only have front guns. I would move the large to maybe back here in the core somewhere. Rapid. What do we have up here? Rapid up there as well. I would move the rapids to probably the front and then move the more valuable stuff to the core. Other than that, the ship is built really well. I'm assuming the last 3 ships are rail destroyers based on the name of the fleet. Yep, 3 rail destroyers. These are all similar points, decreasing order. I'm assuming one of them has the spotting and equipment and the other ones are pretty empty. Yep, that is exactly how it is. One of them has a radar. An Aurora as well. Mark 62's Sarissa. So you've got really good PD on these Corvettes here. Or not Corvettes, destroyers. I'm actually losing it right now. Oh my god, I need a drink. Give me a minute. A drink of water, mind you. A drink of water. I am not drinking alcohol. I am drinking water. Anyway. Reinforced thruster nozzles. Don't really need reinforced thruster nozzles on backline ships. They're not going to be maneuvering all that much. You can probably just put them on non-flank speed and be fine. That would save you 10 points. E-regs. You want to have as many E-regs in here as you possibly can. PCCs, basic CIC, rapid. You have a lot of plant controls on here. I'm assuming that's to get the Aurora running. You can probably... These are backline ships. These are not going to be being fired on a whole lot. You could probably get away with replacing the Aurora with a Defender. Mark 64 is a decent idea if you have to push in late game, but also something you could probably remove if you need points. You're also only running 2 E-regs on this thing. A third, 2 E-regs. You have the 61s on the side if you need to push in. Yeah, you don't really need reinforced thruster nozzles. These things don't really need to be on flank speed in the back of the map. You can just take off the reinforced thruster nozzles, keep these on full speed and not have to worry about it. 3 rapid teams is also going to be able to repair your overfeeding thrusters if you do need to go to flank, so you should be good on that front. Other than that, I think the idea here is that you remove the Mark 64, maybe the Mark 61s, and see if you can get as much E-regs in this thing as possible. That's what you should be doing for these rail destroyers. You don't really need to be worrying about, like, sidearms and stuff. I was kind of scared that they need to strafe a lot at flank. Not really. You can kind of just set orbit on normal speed and just be fine. They're in the back line, which means that if they get in a range of like 450 counter battery, you've kind of messed up already. And orbit dodging at regular speed at long range should allow you to avoid most mass driver shots that come in if the enemy does bring mass drivers. I think the play is to definitely scrounge some points up from like the Auroras and the secondary guns you have on these to fit more E-regs. And keep in mind, yeah, the Dragonfly drive that you're running does not mess with the flank speed modifier at all. So you're not really going to be losing your thrusters all that much, even if you are on flank. Reinforced thruster nozzles are not really needed here. Other than that, swapping up the modules a bit in the Axford and seeing if you can get more E-Regs in the destroyers. Other than that, this is a very good fleet to have. The TC Spy Axford will provide tracks for the rails. You can have frontline and rail support. Very nice to see. Triple rail Axford or double rail Axford is a very strong combo here. The rails are the perfect with 450 because it forces the 450 will force the enemy to bow tank you, and then the rails will punish them very heavily for doing that. It's a very good anti-SLO tech you can bring. Rails are also very effective against monitors, too. Alright. And I think with that, that was the last fleet for today, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. I think we're going to wrap up the stream here by doing one last match. Thank you. Yeah, of course. Why I run this fleet review thing is to just give people pointers on how to improve. With that, we're going to do one more match before we end the day today. Let's go to Uri 3. That one has modded maps, and we can swap to a different map. We do not have to play on Rolas. Let's do Gold Rush. Is a good one. Gold Rush is a good one. Other 4v4. Honeycomb is there as well. Honeycomb's a fun one. Not wanting the bisexual map in June. Oh no, yeah, Rawless has bisexual lighting. I forgot. I'm not allowed to do this. The real reason is I don't want a 5v5 map because it's going to take actually 10 years for us to get a lobby. I think everyone's left. I think everyone's on PTB right now. Yeah. Can't believe this. Goodnut is stealing all of my viewers. Curse you, Goodnut. Hello there.
Hello.
I hope you don't mind being next to Scape Volley right now.
Well, I can't watch the stream at the same time.
That is
because then
true.
I'm muted myself twice.
You could actually try to watch the stream at the same time. That's tech right there. Hello, Levy.
Hearing everything delayed by like 10 seconds is tech.
Why is Rolas bi? Yeah, Rolas has bisexual lighting. Rolas is just Solara with bisexual lighting. And we need 3 more in here. We can get a match started. Perfect fleet. Thank you, 3 Cats. This isn't even a 5v5.
It's always a perfect fleet. I have not lost any time I've ever used it. Not even a joke.
You've used it like twice.
I've used it like, okay, maybe the not upgraded one more than twice.
2 Axfords. All right. I think I'm being forced to play caps again, unfortunately, for my sanity.
I'll play caps. Oh my god.
Oh, it's fine. I can do it. I have a new cap fleet. Hang on. Where's my new cap fleet? Where did I put it? Is it this one?
Wait, no, wait. I need to show you
It's
my
not this
cap
one?
fleet.
Oh, did I even...
I sent you my cap fleet. Please respond.
My god. Definitely Tantalum Squadron. Time. I see what we're doing here. Okay. Yes, this is definitely Tantalum Squadron. Nothing is wrong about this version of Tantalum. Oh, Mouse is here. Hello, Mouse.
Nothing out of the ordinary.
You know what I feel like? I feel like playing this fleet. I feel like CLs. I want to play CLs. This is the dispersed one, right? Yes, it is. Okay. Trust me, guys. Dispersed CLs are peak. Do we want to do pillars? We already did pillars today. No. Why would you want to play pillars when modded maps exist?
Because Pillars is the GOAT.
It's the GOAT.
You kids and your new gold rush. Back in my day, we played Pillars, and we liked it that way.
Back in my day, there was only one map in the game. It was called Pillars.
Nix's Eye was a 4v4, so Canyon was the only 5v5 map.
And everyone liked it.
No one played 5v5.
Why am I still getting Discord pings when I have OBS open? All right, this fleet comp is tech. This fleet comp is tech.
Here's a random thing that I forgot to ask during the fleet review. You saw my battleship without mount gyros. Why is no mount gyros on a beam bad?
Because the beam turrets have no traverse. If you have a liner at close range, all it has to do is move like parallel to you and your beams don't turn fast enough to hit it.
I've never had that problem.
Actually, it's only one word. Rocket.
Rocket. Romkit.
You ambush a 450 liner, it rotates on its side, and then the rockets come spilling out. That's my biggest fear, playing a beam battleship. Like, I've got him! I got the 450, and he just rolls over.
Your base fear is getting out-trogged.
I was just reminded of a story.
Yeah, Discord pings regardless, only streamer mode stops the pings. Yeah, but the thing is that streamer mode should automatically activate when I have OBS open, or it always has in the past. I can just manually turn it on, actually. I should have probably done that.
Hey, Escape. Pro tip, if you're ever troubleshooting with Neko, never show him your desktop.
Oh?
What?
He constantly judges me for the games I play because of my messy desktop.
I see. Yeah, I'm never showing Neko my desktop. My fucking desktop is... I literally just have, like, a bunch of JPEGs on my desktop, just, like, randomly saved from, like, projects that I had, and just never reorganized the folders. I have... all of Scapechan and Scape Volley alternates are just saved to my desktop because I needed early, easy access to them when I was messing with them.
I'm imagining your desktop is just completely, there's no applications or anything on it, just the recycling bin and then Armored Core 6. Nothing else.
That's my desktop. Recycling bin, Armored Core 6, and Nebulous Fleet Command are the only things on my desktop.
Yeah, no, when we were doing all the Fugi stuff and OBS stuff, Neko asked, why do you have a folder that's called Notes Actively Throwing?
Well.
Shut up.
Is that the one where they had the Axford on Verlas and just fired all the missiles into rocks?
Maybe.
Oh my god, I'm so glad that 90% of those missiles were meant for me and my liners, so... I don't know. Yeah, DTSC stacks have a very unfortunate habit of losing when I'm present. I am DTS. Yeah, I am DTSC's perfect counter. Which is why I joined DTSC.
When you're called the D-tier Silver Club, I imagine the win rate across the board is pretty low.
I mean,
90% of them aren't even silvers anymore.
Yeah, no, yeah, they're all golds now. It's like the main people who play that are in DTSC are all golds.
I was golds before it was cool.
I'm not even
Yeah,
a
no,
gold
Aaron
yet.
let me into it, and Jeremy's like, "What the fuck? Why are you letting him in?" And I'm like, "Shut the fuck up, Jeremy. You're a gold."
Jeremy's opinion doesn't matter anymore. They're a gold now. It's fine. DTSC is like the worst neb server to be in. It's awful. Actually, no. I shouldn't say that. I got a free.
Why are you in it then?
I got a free Fursona out of it, so I should probably be okay with it.
Now you have to be in Kit Kat's server. Or
I do
what's
not-
his name? Like Neon,
I do-
whatever his name is.
I do not want to be in Kit Kat server. For some reason, Tethys is in Kit Kat server. Tethys is in there just so he can send me screenshots of the insane shit that Kit Kat says sometimes. That is the only reason.
Actually suffering like permanent mental damage just for the meme.
Yeah, like, don't go to Kit Kat server. You will actually lose brain cells. That place is awful. Anyway. It's Gold Rush time.
Why did I bring this fleet?
You brought the battleship, right?
I brought a battleship.
Oh my god.
Maybe two.
Excuse me?
think-
Wait a minute. Wait.
Between 1 and 2 battleships.
Hi.
What? Oh, why are you're not even in the game we're in? What are you doing here?
What are you guys doing?
Playing Neb. Say hi to Twitch chat, by the way, Bell.
Hey Twitch. Sup? Want me to say something to get Skate banned?
I'd rather you not do that, thank you.
Okay.
Don't worry, that's my job.
Three cats, wait. Wait. No. We go A, B, and E. I don't know. Normally, Anus goes C on this one instead of E, but E also works. I'm going to try for E. I'm going to send a CL there and see what happens. Actually, should I send a CL? I should have probably coordinated what we're bringing first. I'm actually going to send a CL.
Ships?
I think that's what these arrows are.
I didn't bring any.
I didn't
think
bring
about
any.
that.
I forgot. I forgot. ABC. Yep, that's typically what ANS tries to do here. I rediverted one of my CLs to go for A. I have one going for C. B is our natural, so we should get that pretty easily. Ideally, we would get it very easily. Hopefully.
Forgot that was the name of my ship.
Oh,
Oh, that's a
Mr.
big blob.
Brain says Salvo size of 2.
Course laid in.
Oh, this is
Hey,
on. Oh, I brought the wrong.
TL.
I brought the wrong fleet. This is not the one I wanted to bring. Oh god. This is the unmodified one. This one.
On the way, Commander.
Escape throwing again. Who could have guessed?
Oh dear, I've actually fucked up. You know what? It's fine. It's fine. We ball. I hate that C4 3 cats. Yeah, Mount 4 on the battleship is awful looking.
What did he put him out for?
A hangar.
It's a beam battleship. What else? What do you want me to put there?
Actually pretty good, honestly.
Another beam.
Quiet. Hands on the line.
C4 beam win.
2 Coil Tontos on a BMV is pretty good.
Commander.
Yep.
Coil
Except it's not.
Tonto.
Except it's not
Funny
coil
joke.
tontos. It's 2 double turreted halberds with 35 slug.
Yeah, I went back and was like, oh yeah, I should put the radar on them instead. I've literally never had them engage a missile. And then I found out there's no radar on the skiff for ANS apparently.
The internal radar doesn't exist on ANS skiff.
It only has the base radar.
Wait, what?
I
The
don't know, it's been-
internal radar advanced?
No, I don't know if it has the advanced one. I just couldn't put the advanced one on it, and I was not paying for
Do we have anything capping B, by the way?
Apparently not.
Did we just forget?
I'll send the beam battleship.
No, don't send. Oh my! Don't send the beam battleship. Hey, Levy, can shuttle for Cap? There we go. Thank you, Levy.
I forgore.
That's fine. We all forgore sometimes. I forgore to bring the right fleet, so you know. You see, so my anti-craft equipment on this fleet is 250 RPF. That's pretty much it. I'm sure nothing can go wrong.
What are our orders, Commander?
We have a lot of spectators.
We
Team
do.
3, nerf Team 3, I guess.
Nerf Team
How
3,
am I
we-
spotted?
You're a fucking Oh, actually, good question. Early warning up
AWR
high. Early
right
warning
there.
up high, or there, or up high, looking through the hole potentially.
Oh, maybe. I'm no longer spotted, so maybe.
I'm assuming it was where you put the marker then, because I think you just went out of range of. No, you're still in that area, huh?
Quiet.
I don't know.
Hands on the line.
They haven't seen my Corvette that's going to A, so.
That's a good sign for us.
En route, Commander.
A.
These frigates are so cursed.
I know you. It's tantalum, guys. It's tantalum. The fucking MMT tag on a fucking frigate is so fucking stupid.
But my fleet's so cursed. My brother in Christ, you made the fleet.
Exactly. Something. Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts that happened last night.
What did you?
I built a creature. I built a
The
creature.
creature.
I built the Super Nelson.
Super Nelson.
The Mega Nelson.
The British, if the London Naval Treaty didn't exist. I'm spotted. Yippee.
Yay, yippee. I put 4 single barrel 20.9 inch gun turrets on it.
We hear you, Command. Standing by.
It's the most awful looking ship in existence.
What are our orders, Commander?
Alright, so that is a monitor ball.
That's a couple bullets. I don't think I'm gonna be able to hide from this.
Quiet. Command's on the line. Setting up the engines now.
I bet my sprinter's gonna win this fight.
It's fine. You just need to stay alive long enough to cap the point.
Yeah, tell that to the
jamming.
crew.
Jamming from an Acello as well.
Okay. I lived.
It's fine. We win. GG. GG.
It's over. It's over.
It's
Wait,
called-
we don't own B.
No, actually, yeah, we don't own B. Levy?
We're underway.
So we're even on caps. We're even on caps. Let's go. Let's go.
Not like Scape does much better. Shut up.
No, that is true. Yeah, I am not good at this game either. It's fine.
Then why did you do fleet review if you suck at this game?
Because I know how to build fleets. I just know how to play them. See, there's a difference. Wow, okay. So the frame rate just dropped significantly, which means they have a carrier.
Yes, Commander.
No, it's because I just launched my craft. Okay.
Oh, I see how it
Right,
is.
cool.
I see. Escape is pyrope inverted. I don't... Yeah, that's me. I know how to use the fleet editor well, but I can't play the game, as opposed to Pyrope, who builds creatures and then wins. Pyrope is allowed to build creatures, though. Pyrope gets the creature pass.
The path? I don't.
No. Be advised, enemy has mine layer tugs. There's a mine layer tug on E. Be careful, there could be mines around cap points.
Can I give them the based award?
I mean, maybe? Yeah, we got our natural. We capped the A point before our natural. That's so stupid.
Awaiting your orders, Commander. Waiting orders.
I hate the landing gear on the halberd.
Why is that? Oh, because it doesn't
just
retract.
no, it does retract, but it's just a square. It's just a square cut into it. There's nothing in it's just big square.
That's a squadron of 3-4 halberds just chilling there.
500 halberds.
500
I forgot
halberds.
how fast whiplash drives are.
Roger that. Moving. Understood. Yes, Commander. Turning up the engines now.
Your cats, you just going for the D point right now?
I was just gonna drive around and see what happened, and then I never got spotted. So I'm like, okay, I guess I'm just gonna be here.
Attack the D point.
Attack the D point.
I believe in you, 3 cats.
Negative. Oh, what on earth?
Underway.
I just looked at my skiff and it just exploded, but nothing happened. I'm assuming bond shells.
Bard is just chilling. Is Bard moving? Bard Squadron moving on your screen, or is he just static?
No, skiffs will stay completely still when they don't have like a move order. That's just a thing they do.
That's stupid.
Well, I mean, they're just little scouts. There's basically a mini Corvette, the miniest of Corvettes.
On the way,
What you want? You want the Horde rides with Malice?
Yeah, the Horde should always be writhing in malice.
Creature! Creature going for the A point. Beam battleship engage!
We're locked on to target. Engaging. You heard the orders. We're underway. Aye, aye, Commander.
Your Honor, send in the Beam BB.
Will be
Remove his shuttles.
waiting orders. We'll get it done.
They also know my Torp Sprinters down here.
It's fine.
I realize that if I do try to beam this, I'm gonna die horribly.
We're locked on to target.
Oh, it's just hiding behind a rock.
Commands on the line.
Yeah, I scared him off of my RPF. I'm pivoting to get a better look at the A point so I can just kill him if he gets on. We can just play defensively right now. We have the cap advantage.
I need thruster nozzles on this.
On the BB?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because of Double Raider. Yep. It's what Double
Double
Raider
Raider?
does. How many Raiders do you have on the thing, or is it Double Whip? What the fuck were your
Double
drives?
whip, one raider, one dragon.
One Raider is doing that to your drives?
Yeah, it's the only negative effect I have on my drives, okay? Everything else is positives.
Yes, Commander.
Get this pike out of my face immediately.
Explode that pike immediately.
Mods, remove his pike. Yellens are coming down. Alright.
What are our orders, Commander?
They're plasma, be advised.
Yeah.
That target is out of our range.
So I gotta wait till 2 kilometers before I pop out from behind the rock.
We are
Because you have to turn your radar off. Is that it?
No.
locking them up.
It's because you don't engage plasma liners at 5 kilometers.
True, yeah, because then you lose. Yeah, I suppose that's fair.
Oh, my PC!
My PC! The enemy liners have deployed countermeasures and point defense.
5636 isn't a solo, I think. Where's half their team?
I would tell you if I knew.
Now, stop shooting flak at me.
The flak device.
Why is the game just dying and there's 2 missiles? Just 2 missiles.
I'm not entirely sure. I'm also being spotted by something. What the fuck is detecting me?
Standing by. Can't do it. It's too far.
If I crash, tell my family I hate them.
Three cats, what did you find back there? 7875 by D.
Waiting orders.
That's probably a cap monitor or a tug or something.
No craft around it. It's like in the carrier location, but there's no...
It's running and hiding, so I'm assuming it's something that doesn't want to fight me. So it might just be some other type of backline asset. Monitor blob, hello.
A is being secured. I got RPF on target. Track 7181.
Waiting orders. Underway. We are in jail. Commence jamming.
Hello, mine. And they call it a mine. Please take out the comms on that. It'd be really funny.
Suboptimal.
Oh, that's a mine. I just shot a torpedo at a mine.
Quiet. Command's on the line. Turning up the engines now.
Jamming activated.
Oh, it's just a tug.
Aye, command.
Does that tug have no weapons? What is it doing?
He's vibing.
Also, that's a weird place for mines.
Quiet. Command's on the line. Right away, Commander. We're underway.
There's more mines.
You think they have mine layers?
Yeah.
Three cats. Stonecutter is under fire.
Ooh, oh, yeah. We've just been doing that for a little bit. Actually, I'll just hard burn and return home. Oh, why didn't my defender just not try?
Because it was on the wrong
would-
side of the ship.
I thought I ordered it. Was I just being dumb? Did I accidentally order it to flip like an idiot?
We hear you.
Now I feel dumb. What did I do?
Waiting for your orders, Commander. We've lost a component.
Everyone's allowed to be dumb sometimes.
Man, I just gave up a free cap.
We're on the way, Commander.
Okay, I guess you can make fun of me for running bad fleets.
Right away, Commander.
And what keeps spotting me?
Commander.
Is it you? No, it's not you.
You heard the orders.
Interesting.
Waiting orders. We hear you, Command.
Those are 450 LNs.
Turning up the engines now. You heard the orders. Let's go. I don't think we can hit that one, Commander.
450 LNs, 8526 and 7077 are 450 liners.
Wait, oh, those two. What are they doing?
We hear you, Command.
They're just chilling there by the looks of it.
I'm just playing like a carrier. I'm just hiding behind this rock and using my craft.
We won't know when hit. Hostile fire inbound. We're on the move.
What?
Detonation at A, lost track.
Receiving.
I cast explode.
Locking him up.
I'm spotted. Panic! Panic! Panic!
Jammer online. Yes,
Who's
Commander.
spotting? Oh, it's just a creature.
Target is out
Just a
of our
ferryman.
range. Turning up the
A ferryman's trying to throw itself onto sea.
Onto C. We have Axfords there.
ready whenever you are.
Axfords, kill this man.
Aye, aye. We're on the way.
They've moved back and are defending B now. I am not going to be able to get my CLs under the map to cap it, unfortunately. We still have a 3 cap. We can still just hold, but
Does Shuttle 3 have weapons on it? Can Shuttle 3 engage 5604?
the one going for C point, Levy.
Or missiles work too. We take those.
There's Sunfish, god damn it. You really just fucking stole all of Tantalum's stuff, didn't you?
Maybe.
That's a kill. Good
Ferryman
kill.
gone.
Good work.
Yes, Commander.
Yeah.
The
Oh wait, I
most
can't
part,
repair my
All
skiff.
their internals are the same as well.
I can't repair my... You forgot the damn... Oh no, 3 cats.
Why would I buy like 100-point modules so I can repair my craft? I don't need that.
We're on the way, Commander.
3 cats is throwing.
Awaiting your order.
I can't believe my skiff isn't full health. Oh my god.
The skiff is so cursed on that fleet. I hate it so much.
You heard the orders.
They're just my forward scouts.
Your beam battleship hasn't even done anything, has it?
No.
Course laid in.
I'm really feeling the
What?
numbers disadvantage, by the way, without the beam BB. They
No,
have...
wait.
They brought
If
4
you-
frontline fleets. They have two liner fleets. They have a 100 mil liner fleet, a 450 liner fleet, double
We're
SL
still
fleet, and a
winning,
monitor
though.
fleet. Yeah, because their frontline doesn't realize that they can just push into us and win.
Well, then lose faster so that way I get close enough and I can beam them.
I'm not rushing my CLs in, because then I would mauled and go to Balcon and say buff CL.
Oh my god, I'm an idiot.
Firebird, if you want, you can play defensively. The enemy needs to push into us to do anything, and we're in really good positions to prevent that from happening.
Standing by. Enemy is being locked.
That's bad.
Oh.
Jamming.
The line ships are pushing?
Line ships
yeah.
are pushing by A, yep.
We're on the move.
Can't believe they're doing that.
2176, liner, 450, likely.
Shuttle or something's going for B.
Track 2176, small target, likely shuttle.
4162, can you shoot that, Escape?
Yes, sorry. Was focusing on A.
I think one of my skiffs just exploded.
Target confirmed.
It might have been the one that was on orange health.
I should be able to defend B here.
We are en route, Commander. Waiting for your orders, Commander. Roger that.
That was a decoy at A, I believe. Not an actual target. Damn.
Aye, aye. We're on the way.
Fake ship, fake ship.
What are our orders, Commander? Firing solution locked in.
Still a ferryman, yep.
We are locked on to target.
Yeah, I don't think you overpen containers with.
Yeah, I
450.
was overpinning that. What the fuck was that?
What are our orders?
Probably a ship then. Oh, that's dead.
I lost track. Did I get behind a rock, I wonder? I think I just got behind a rock, yeah. I think I'm being stupid.
Yes, Commander.
He's not firing now, he's dead. Oh, you're firing at the halberd, I see. You can fire at that. As a treat.
You got a little halberd, that's a treat.
Waiting orders.
A being secured. Do not have a track on what's securing it.
We're on the way, Commander. Copy that.
Nothing.
Aye, aye.
Go, my scarab.
I have no tracks at A.
Copy that. Standing by. Engaging. Jammer online. We'll be there before you know it. We're ready whenever you are.
Don't know what tracks at A. I think it's behind me from where I'm at.
Oh my god, my skiff leaves. My skiff just. Ugh. A lot of flak. I gotta go.
Damn it, they got A.
Receiving. We're on the way.
Yeah. I think the tug blob / monitor blob is gonna go for B.
You're probably right.
Should I just rotate over to B? That might be better for me.
You might just want to do that, yeah. I'm trying for an E push here, but I keep having to withdraw to B to defend it. There he is. Found the ship that got A.
Preparing lock. Locking target.
Kill him now!
We won't know what hit him. Buzzer active. Roger that.
Why is my game dying? Stand strong, game.
Course laid in.
A lot of flak.
We're ready whenever you are.
Damn it.
Yes.
Oh, my skiff!
Target lock achieved. Aye, aye, Commander. Hostile lock detected.
Yep, swarm at B. Swarm at B.
On my way.
Brace for enemy fire. Our signal orders.
Oh, my skiff exploded. Oh, that's a lot of flatheads. How much plasma they got?
No plasma.
No plasma.
I'm not seeing any plasma turrets. It's all 450 100 mil.
Let's go.
Jamming activated, Commander.
Waiting orders.
Yep, you're gonna have to deal with B, because my CL is not gonna survive that.
Preparing lock.
Yeah. But you can get behind the rock in time.
What are our orders, Commander?
I'm trying. They're actually not doing much damage to me. I might actually get out of here.
We've lost a component underway. We are securing some dagger. Module has been destroyed. You are. On the move. We'll get it done.
My teammates still one half. We have more points. Okay, we're winning. Easy.
Receiving.
Taking B, just fucking vaporize them. They literally cannot hurt you. They've all got 450, but they're all pointing in the wrong direction. And I am actually going to get my CL out of here, despite what I thought was going to happen. They're actually
They get
just
to do
not...
something.
Yeah, they're actually just not killing it.
It only took them being insanely greedy and bringing a fleet I hard counter. Hello, Tug. Goodbye, Tug. I forgot I was on free, but that's fine.
It's fine. Vaporize the tugboat, now vaporize those monitors.
We need to move now. Preparing lock. Unable too far. Underway.
You should be more than able to just kill all these ships, right? Yeah,
Yeah.
you got
They
it.
can't even run from me because 4 drives.
Waiting orders.
Well, they get Boxer for now, though. Oh, wait, I shouldn't get this close. One of them might explode.
We're on the way, Commander.
We don't win on 2 caps, I don't think.
Can't do it. It's too far.
Bink, 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 bink.
You've actually just like cored 3 of them already. Holy fuck.
Waiting orders.
Who says you need 5
Numbers high.
FPAs?
What can
I
we
do. I said that.
Commander?
Waiting for your orders, Commander.
Oh, they're turning. How cute.
We're on the way, Commander.
The ball above A is just throwing. Are they just losing to you? Oh yeah, we secured D. The ball is up there. They let us take D. All right, that's good.
Standing by. Standing by.
Is he trying to push me?
The monitors?
Yeah, I've lost one component and it's my antenna. That's annoying.
Standing by.
Fucking battleship moment.
I'm so battleship pilled. Oh, that one's dead.
Take off flank for a bit.
What are orders?
Thank you for pointing directly at me so I can shoot you.
Waiting for your orders, Commander. Orders, Command. Let's move quickly. Let's move quickly.
Yeah, the problem is one of them's probably gonna explode and I'm gonna lose all my armor.
It's fine.
Let's lock 'em.
Don't shoot missiles at these, by the way. I should probably warn you lost. They have grazers, and so they're just slowly grazering all your missiles.
Standing by.
They're resecuring D. We'll resecure B in a bit here, and I'm also making a play for... Oh, we're resecuring A.
Command.
Gaming.
Fucking based, Levy? Go, Levy?
We're ready when you are, Commander.
Receiving. Moving. Ready.
Thanks for the missile help.
We're ready. They won't know what hit 'em. Receiving. Acting. Aye, aye, Command.
Jesus
I'm really noticing the
Christ.
Mount Gyros.
Yeah, because none of the ships are fucking moving, and they're all monitors.
Well, I mean, I'm watching my turrets, and they look like they're turning the same speed.
Receiving. At once, Commander. Moving on your
Making
way.
a play for E.
Standing by.
There's nothing on E right now. I should just be able to retake it. All right, you're good on B, right? Yeah, you're good on B. I'm gonna recommit to defending A again. E should go off here in a moment. Once my ships actually figure out that they can step onto the point.
Waiting for your orders, Commander.
Hearing a lot of alarm sounds.
Yeah, that's because everything there is fucking dead. 1729, I believe, is dead. I think the only one that's alive is 2585.
Yep.
Waiting for your orders, Commander.
Firebird, you're doing good against the Death Ball. Looks like you're completely just clowning on him right now. Nice.
Okay, I'm just gonna... Should I just throw myself onto E?
It's too far.
Because now I've done my job.
You don't
Time
need
to start
to.
throwing down.
I mean, you don't need to. E is completely empty. I'm just taking it.
Okay, then.
They did have a group of 450 liners that were kind of in the vicinity of E, but I haven't seen them in forever. I have no idea where they are.
Standing by.
At any rate, we win this one. I don't think they can retake the caps in time.
Waiting orders. We're on the way, Commander. We are securing zone eclipse. We're on the way, Commander. We'll get it done. Standing by. Right away, Commander. We'll be there before you know
I think the 450 liners went back to D to retake it after Levy got the back cap in.
Yep.
Which means that they should be out of the fight for a little bit here.
Oh, the Ocella's not battle shorting and we get hit by those two. Never mind, flak.
Holy shit, that flak just absolutely obliterated that Selva. I thought flak was bad, guys.
Flak bad, please buff. Like, we just need to kill every single
I
craft
don't
ever.
understand. I don't understand. Balcon told me that flak sucks.
Belcon told me seals are worthless, beam battleships are garbage, and flak is, like, bad. I don't, what?
I don't understand. Was Balcon wrong?
I've only damaged my thrusters and the antenna. Cool. Love this game.
Yep, that's
Battleship.
a battleship moment. Yeah, single fucking AP round hits the antenna, or single 450 round hits the antenna, instantly gone.
See? Back in my day, when rails were basically big 450s.
That was
very
fun.
annoying.
That was the awful. It was completely unplayable. Nyx was
No
the
antenna?
Nyx sucked. Nyx was the worst map because of that.
Boo. Nyx was fine. People were like, Nyx 4v4? That must have been terrible. Nyx 4v4 was fine. Oh, the Acela's throwing itself into
Firebird,
air.
I think that Acello 5636 is broadside to you, by the way, because he's bow tanking me.
I'm approaching that Acelo's position very high at high speed.
As am I. I'm also doing that. Yeah, Firebird, you're overpinning on the Acello at A.
We hear you, Command. They're locking up.
Oh, and then it gets by the missiles, and Acelo's dead.
It would have, yeah. Now they're committing. They finally decided that they could actually push with the massive frontline advantage they have.
No, you're getting Escape's getting comms jammed.
Oh no, awful. It's tragic.
When they Acelo's behind a rock.
Quiet. Command's on the line.
Three Cats spent the entire match waiting behind the rock, waiting for the enemy to push. And then they just didn't push.
And then they pushed and died.
Hey, remember when I got a back cap? You wanna watch me do it again?
Is Shuttle 3 undetected? Are you fucking kidding me right now? That's so funny.
We hear you, Command.
Oh my god, my game's dying. My PC.
Aye, aye, Commander.
Oh, I forgot that they had 450 liners. Whoops, that's bad.
They're fighting back.
They're not allowed to do that.
We've lost a component. Got him in our sights. We've lost a component. What are our orders?
Ooh. Ow, ow, that
so much
hurts, that
easier
hurts.
when they're
Ow,
not fighting
ow,
back.
Ow, 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 ow. Okay, well, he's fucked.
Ready when you are, Commander.
I'm on my way.
On our way.
I forgot about the
I'm gonna
450
beam it at 5
liners.
kilometers.
Buff CL, buff CL.
Buff CL, buff CL.
Yeah, that wouldn't have happened if CLs were buffed.
Oh, we win. Never mind. I don't get.
Yeah,
to
we
beam
just
anything
win on.
else.
We just win in 2 seconds. It's fine.
We're almost out of missiles, Command.
I wanted to beam that lion ship.
There we go. Mission success. Why did I get errors? You did 22k. You're fine. You did good. Thank you, Firebird, for doing a fucking 1v3 against their entire front line and winning. Levy did really good on the cat fleet, and I killed, like, 2 sprinters. 2 shuttles. That's my battle impact. Thank you, 3 Cats, for absolutely obliterating that monitor ball. Me when the monitor ball doesn't bring plasma and I find them in my beam battleship. You actually just eviscerated them.
Let me see if I can find one of my old memes in my meme folder.
Aloe had the 100 mil bulkers up top. Mouse had the... Oh, Mouse had the cat fleet. I see. You're using mines. Interesting. You got hits, and then Slav had the weird monitor ball. Yeah, this is why you have plasma in monitor balls, because battleships exist. interesting tactic from Slav, but you know. And I'm assuming pumpkin basket full of corn or whatever the name is from Hallows Intellider. That's the thing that was probably spotting me this entire time, wasn't it? And then your 100 mil bulkers did really good. Yeah, you guys had like OSP had like a massive frontline advantage and just kind of didn't really do anything with it, unfortunately. They kind of just chilled above A and just let Levy do their job and take all the cap points.
I left something in Neb memes.
Oh, I see.
But there are too many of them. What are we going to do?
All right, before I get copyright struck from continuing to play that, y'all in the chat can figure out what that meme was based on the audio that played briefly.
It was so hard to make the lightsaber green.
Well, I think with that, I am going to wrap up stream today. We've been going for 4.5 hours, which is a little bit over what I typically aim for, but you know, it's fine. I should swap off of this paint scheme before someone walks in on me and notices. Or I load into a random match that doesn't understand what skate volley is. Great stream today, thank you. Yeah, had a lot of fun today. Got some fleet reviews done. I think I was gonna try to join Neko on Wednesday for his PTB stream, but unfortunately I think I'm busy that day. But next Sunday I should be free as well, hopefully, so we can do some more fleet review next week. But I'm also completely available Tuesday. Maybe I can get a cheeky stream in there. Who knows? We'll see. As always, I'll keep y'all posted. And I think, let's see, anyone online to raid? Is Goodnut streaming the PTB games? Doesn't look like they are. I can just sort by Neb and see if anyone else is going. I think it's probably just me. Yep, it's just me going on Neb today, so we will just in-stream normally here.
Bye, Twitch.
Bye, everyone. Thank you all for popping in, and I will see you next stream. Hopefully Sunday, maybe earlier. We'll see.